The stocks are up. You think crypto down?
All right,
Or
I'm live. No. So stocks go up, cryptos goes up as well. Keep in mind, there are people out there that borrow money against their stocks. They borrow money against their real estate just so that they can buy stuff like cryptocurrency or go deeper into trading. So stocks down usually pulls crypto down. So it's pretty good if they can print money again. I think that the emergency meeting tomorrow, they are going to do something in relation to printing money.
well, they said no more print.
They said that, but now would be the optimal time before the dollar's worth less. Look how strong the dollar is now compared to other currencies. I think China is planning to sell off U.S. bonds. Our bond yield's so high right now too.
So you're talking print at the high?
That's what I would do. Print at the high, not the bottom.
Maybe some more stimulus checks or something.
So I don't know if we're gonna get more stimulus checks per se, but maybe these banks, what they did back in 2008, they required some banks to borrow money. Even the banks had enough money, they made them borrow some money. So maybe they'll force banks like Bank of America to borrow some money, so they'll have more money to loan out to customers. Someone says I ran Drew off. He's in voice chat. I don't think I ran him off. We argue sometimes, but we don't run each other off.
It's a debate, sir.
Healthy adult men can have debates without having our feelings hurt. Either way, tomorrow we're set up for a good position. If you're in Luna Classic tomorrow, I think that's the play. Let me explain why I think Luna Classic's the play. Let's look over a chart when I'm explaining this. I think Luna Classic could be the play before tomorrow. Let's actually look at it on the hourly. My last big buy block for Luna Classic sideways was in 27s to 30s. So Luna Classic has a fundamental that's good for it tomorrow, which is the Binance burn. And, well, technically that could just be in a few hours since tomorrow is already Monday tomorrow. I don't know exactly what time they're going to do the burn, but I think that's one good thing about Luna Classic. The other good thing is as people buy and sell, we still have burning supply. So that's why I did not close my long, my most recent long. I don't want to add more to the long because then my liquidation price would be a lot higher. And I've seen Luna Classic do a big drop sometimes. Now, what I've seen before, after Luna Classic is before like increasing the stake rate, prices climbing up. Now, tomorrow, during the emergency Fed meeting, I believe that they're going to either pause hikes or turn on the money printer again. This way, we can help get that bounce a lot faster. And when I say get the bounce a lot faster, look at the daily chart right here. Look at my daily chart for the SPY. Wouldn't it make sense to do this bounce and have the Fed intervene while we're in the oversold? Just so it looks like they're the one taking credit. From a technical standpoint, we're already oversold, so naturally it's going to bounce. People are going to buy in. From the point before we broke this wedge, we're only down 15%. Now, A little bit of bearish news. We go down 20%. And all those hedge fund managers that went long up here on 5 times leverage would be liquidated on their positions. These are funds that are for retirements. It's all kinds of funds. So these are people that went long. Maybe not right here in August. Perhaps they went long on the dip back here October 2021. And they didn't take profits up here, and now we're dipping. And then once we go down just 5 more %, they would be liquidated on their positions. So they went long near the top. They were greedy. And the markets are going to shake these type of investors out. Now, when the market shakes these types of investors out, it leaves the room to drop. The SPY drop another 5% easily. And it's not that bad. And let's measure it from up here. I want to do 20% from right up here, so it's a little bit easier. So that would be 344 easily. So the SPY does have room to drop to 344. Let's go ahead and draw that line. I mean, it's not a big drop, but it would be another big red candle. All right, so that's some of the bearish news that could happen. Those hedge fund managers are getting liquidated, and it could be the inverse as well. Let's say we get a bounce up. Eventually, when we go back up, people that are shorting up here, once we go up 15% to 20%, they would be liquidated. And it'd be around the time of this recovery up here as well at 432. But in short term, Monday, tomorrow when the market's open, we're already oversold for the SPY. So we could see a nice little bounce up in anticipation to the Federal Reserve meeting being positive. And if that's good for the Federal Reserve, great. If they turn on the money printer, great for crypto longs. My God. If you're long before that happens on the next big dip, great. You gotta be careful. You might be some drops. If you can, sustain it. But one way to sustain that is by not using super high leverage and going in on absolute supports. So let me give you guys a rundown of some Ethereum proof of work supports. So currently we have support here at $10. We already hit it twice today. It's around $10 for our short-term support. We've hit it twice today. But we look back at this on the hourly, we've hit it multiple times in the past before rallies. So this is Ethereum proof of work, and we've hit it again back on the 27th of September. We've hit it multiple times on the 26th of September when it was dipping, trying to do recovery. So $10 has been a pretty strong support for ETH-W. This has been our bottom support that we've had here. Sorry, $10 has been pretty good support for ETH-W. And then if we look at it on the 4-hour, let's take off all this writing. The only thing that concerns me about ETH-W right here is that we're probably going to get a dev cross, but at the same time, we're already oversold. And possibly we have so many conflicting things. We've had heavy sell pressure since yesterday. And that heavy sell pressure only took us down by about $1 and some change. So it's not looking that bad. Really not looking that bad. Parallel SAR downtrend. So being oversold down here, see this RSI is absolutely low. It's not a bad entry for ETH-W on the 4-hour. If we go to the daily chart though, you're probably going to wait a little bit longer on the daily to try to find that double bottom at $9.17. So let's go ahead and map this out right here. Keep in mind we had that $12 resistance and $11 resistance. Let's take some of this stuff off. We don't need to know that we had 350 million. All right. Let's just say $10. $10 easier to fill order than $10.05. So on ETHW in short term, we had the $12 resistance. We bounced off it multiple times before this downtrend. Now, this downtrend took us down about 15%. What we're seeing here, the $11 support, it held for a while. Let's see how many hours it held before breaking. And that was during a downtrend. It held for about 12 hours. 12 hours is a significant time in the crypto world. Now, if we can get this support for 12 hours, or it would not be good. I want us to only get this support a few times at $10 before uptrending again. If the Federal Reserve turned the money printer on, it would be the first time in history for ETHW that the money printers own. And we can see the price spike double. This is well before the Coinbase listing, and this is well before Binance or KuCoin futures. What we're looking at here. So let's go ahead and draw these lines out, just so we know what to expect up here when we get to these levels. There will be people taking profits along the way up to $12 again. But I believe going from $10 to $12 will be very fast like we saw before. Just if there's a Coinbase listing or Binance futures for ETHW. And very happy about ETHW. Very happy trading it and scalping it. It's always fitting inside these ranges very well. I'll check Ethereum in a few minutes as well for you, Wong Fan. I'll check Ethereum for you in a second as well. And if you missed the chance to trade ETHW on futures, I'll put that link in the chat one more time for you guys. It's going to be the same website we use for futures trading competition. As long as you're just scalping it on spot, you don't have any chance of liquidations. Your only risk is becoming a bag holder. If you're doing futures, let's explore some of the risk. So from a 15% drop here, what's the most leverage you can use? Well, 15 divided by 100. You could have got away with 6 times leverage without being liquidated, but you would be down significantly. If you use 5 times leverage at the very top of resistance up here, would you have been liquidated? Let's find out. So if you went long at the very top 5 times and it dropped down here 15%, you would probably not have been liquidated, but you would be down significantly. If you go 5 times at this support at $10 and price falls down to like $8.60, $8 and some change, you would be liquidated. So I think you can sustain a 5 times without liquidation if it drops to $9. But ultimately for ETHW or Luna Classic, you want to time those big supports for your entries. Now, Luna Classic, ETHW, whenever they're done pumping by themselves, they will follow Bitcoin. So when we look at Bitcoin here, I need to warn you that on the 4-hour chart for Bitcoin, let's see what happens. I had this big double bottom to go long on Bitcoin a while back, and it was at 19,157. Currently we're at 19,167. If I put this on the 5 minutes, we can see that we've actually hit that 19,157 a little bit and then started wick a little bit lower as the liquidation sits. So on the 4-hour, I saw the support for Bitcoin is at 19,000. Let's drag that. But then double bottom, the short-term double bottom was 19,157. Let's see this. And let's just look at the pattern of Bitcoin. Let's ignore all the writing. Let's just look at some of these patterns and stuff. Let's take off liquidations. We don't need that on the chart. So for Bitcoin, the first thing I see that Bitcoin is getting in the oversold area. It's not completely oversold. Has a little bit more room to gap down. Possibly 18,300, 18,200 becomes completely oversold. That's a potential that we could be looking at here. Now, what I want to see is Bitcoin get at least completely oversold on the 4-hour before we see bigger bullish momentum. if you see on the daily chart, we're like halfway there on the daily be coming down. So if you look at daily, you would not enter right here. You wait a little bit longer. So tonight's an interesting time, guys. It's like you're hunting. My last sell signal on the daily for Bitcoin was up here at $38,000. So we're down currently over 50% from my last sell signal on the daily chart. By the way, I posted in my Discord earlier, we had the buy signal pop in for Luna Classic on the daily. It's not, and the price is still currently lower. Let's see. I have to use the KuCoin chart because that's where we have more data. But if I hide this, look at this. Our daily buy signal popped back in here for Luna Classic. And since our sell signal to the buy signal is like 18% price difference. 18%, that's huge. Let me tell you why 18% is huge. Because currently after last year's pandemic, the IRS is having trouble raising taxes, even for capital gains, income. Average capital gains tax right now that people are paying, it's about 12%. Like the capital gains people are earning, it's very little right now compared to prior years, pandemic. But we have this daily buy signal. I shared it on my Discord earlier for Luna Classic, and as Binance is burning tomorrow, I can only imagine how long it takes us before we complete this double top. We run up, we complete this double top, start forming a cup and handle, go from cup and handle, uptrend into a bull flag, and end up shedding a decimal. I can see that future for Luna Classic if these burns continue. Now, the trick is getting a good 5 times long, 4 times long without liquidation, because we've seen, like, even a candle like this is a 45% drop on daily. If the price goes down 45%, you would be liquidated on 5 times, 4 times, 3 times leverage. So, you're probably going to need some extra dry powder on the side with auto deposit margin just to save those positions. Because, imagine, perhaps Binance or somebody sells 10 billion Luna Classic and the price drops 20%. All those 5 times leverage positions would be liquidate unless they have auto deposit margin with enough capitals to sustain them during a big dip. So, something to consider. Now, I think there's going to be a lot of shorts that get liquidate as we run back up towards this 59. And that would be an 85% price swing from here. It's hard to get 5 times. If you go 5 times right now, currently, and the price drops even like this, back to the double bottoms, you would be liquidate. So, that's a very tough situation for Luna Classic right here. Now, one of my viewers asked me to look over Ethereum. Regular Ethereum, not Ethereum W. So I'm going to look over Ethereum W for him real quick. Let me message him, make sure he's watching. And let's go over Ethereum. We're going to use the Binance chart. This is ETH. And let me show you my Ethereum chart. Oh, deleted my resistance support. Let's drag this out a little bit. The first thing I see about Ethereum, we have support at 1221 that we have not visited since September 21st. And it's really only a $70 price drop. We can get that from liquidations tonight if we really wanted to for Ethereum. So look at this, Wong fan. We have support. I'll take a screenshot and send it to you as well, buddy. We have this support at 1221. I told you this the other day as well. Our sell signal came in around 1440 or something. Sell signal came in around 1440 up here for ETH. I remember watching it when that happened. So I think it could get a bounce at 1221. We'll be in the oversold range on the daily when that happens as well. So that's some positive things to look at. If we look at this on a 4 hour, we're already getting in that oversold. We've already been completely oversold earlier, but price dropped still. And on the 4 hour chart, we see that we had this big sell signal up here on the 4 hour. Let's take away liquidations. We'll turn them back on when we need them. So my 4 hour chart for ETHW, if I look at it up here, my sell signal popped in at 1651 or something, and then the candle right after my sell signal, a def cross. So if you see a sell signal and then a def cross, and if you believe in these indicators, like if I made this and I believe in this, I would probably get out. But if I didn't get out, here's another big red flag for me. When my moving average line crosses under the 200 moving average, the 200 EMA right here. This one's hard to see on the YouTube, but I can see it clear on my screen. When this big fat golden line crosses under my orange line, that's super bearish. And that happened after a drop at 1484. So people could have got out at 1484. They could have got out at 1649. And if you just looking at those indicators, and we're very far down. Now look, generally the more down that the moving average is from the exponential moving average, that's a good way to get approval to go and buy a position, basically. So Wong wants to know where to get the indicator, golden cross. So you go to indicator, you're gonna type golden cross, and this is golden cross by Chucky Ta. You can get the source code if you can't get the indicator. But this is golden cross by Chucky Ta. I'll take a screenshot, and then 200 EMA. And then we're gonna get a 200 EMA that works for you. Let's try to find it real quick. I'm gonna make a dedicated video about some of these indicators I use. I'm helping somebody on Discord right now, but he's watching a YouTube and I'm explaining to him. Which indicator is this one right here? This is EMA 20, 50, 100, and 200. So, and I just turned on the 200 EMA. But basically, I already have the short term. I use my golden cross indicator with this one to line them up, just so I don't have too many lines on my screen, basically. And this is EMA. EMA. Let's see what EMA is. I think it's just a 200. Yeah, 50. Yeah. And I just send you a picture. If I look at this right here, yeah, it's EMA. I can just give you the Pine script right here. I just sent you the Pine script if you just want to copy this. Basically, you just copy what you see up here.
Okay.
This is the moving averages 20, 50, 100, and 200.
Oh.
I mean, I'll put it in developers channel as well. But this is a very simple one on TradingView. And the way I use it is like, look, if I turn on the 50, which is going to be, let's change it to white. Look what happens. My 50 is the same spot as my golden cross line, right? Well, I don't need the 50 because the 50 is already in my golden cross. So I'll take that off. And if I look at my golden cross settings for my inputs, technically it's 49, but it's still there. It's like right at 50. So I'll send you a screenshot how I have the golden cross indicator set up as well, Wong. And alright, seeing this screenshot as well. I mean, there's whole trading strategies based off moving averages. And then for my fast period, 13. But basically, I've seen this before. Like, let me show you another time this has happened with Ethereum. Whenever my golden cross line crossed under my 200 exponential moving average, or when it crossed above, right here. When it crossed above, we were bullish. Right here, we crossed above, we're bullish. So from crossing here until that completely overbought, we went up about 3.8%. But we were already pumping during that time. But let's look at another time. Back here. Look at this. Back here. This is on some fundamental news as well. And this is bullish because my gold is crossing above. My short term's crossing above my long term. And the price of ETH was around 1528 during this time. And it rose all the way up. It rose all the way up before starting that downtrend. all the way to like 1700, but it was as high as 2000. And so I'll do another video strategy about this, but basically you get in on that 4 hour, you ride it up on the daily until daily is overbought. And if you can do that, so daily was overbought multiple times up here. And this works really well on the daily for the moving average. So you would have gotten ETH at like $300 to $400 with this strategy. And you would have got out right here. You would have got out at like 2,400 with this strategy. Or you could have got out pairing multiple strategies. But just this strategy alone, you would have more than 20 times your bag in a short time going in and out of trades. Notice how it only happened like cross 2 times on the daily, whereas the 4 hour or the hour going to cross a little bit more frequently. But currently I see that our golden line is under the 200 EMA, so eventually it's going to cross back above. Question is, are you going to be able to catch it on a good support before that happens? So he asked me, is it a good time to short? It's not a good time to short because look how low the RSI already is. It's a horrible time to short. You have a high chance of getting stop lossed out. For me, it's not a good time to short. Not the best time to short. It's not the best time to long. But if it was up to me, I would rather long with low leverage than short with low leverage right here. Like if I had to 2 times the position, I would 2 times long rather than 2 times short right here for something like Ethereum or Ethereum proof of work or Bitcoin. Let me check the YouTube chat real quick. I'm working on so many things right now. Great. Look at ETHW here. And if we're looking at ETHW on the hourly, one would guess that our short-term moving average is going to cross this 200 exponential moving average and result in a bearish drop. That's what they would guess if it collided and crossed like that. Because whenever our short-term crossed above our 200 to go up, let's see what happened. Keep in mind, this is very early. It's very early on charts. But if you look right here, if you use this strategy just for entries and then use another strategy for exit, you can get really good entries. You would have entered ETHW right up here. Maybe around like $9 to $10. And then now it's crossing back around $10 as well. But on the 4 hour chart, like this thing, eventually when this thing runs a little bit longer, we'll get more data. I don't really have much data on the 200 EMA yet for ETHW. Still very early. But yeah, a Luna Classic. Let's go to Luna Classic real quick and I'll check the YouTube chat. Because I want to remind people that Binance is burning Luna Classic on Mondays for those fees. And then we can start seeing how much they're burning. Luna Classic, our short-term moving average is way above our long-term EMA. It's about 10% price difference right there. And we don't really have much 200 EMA data currently for ETHW. So if we look at this on like the 15 minutes, like the absolute lowest you would use like this strategy on, you would have entered ETHW back here, right here. And then let's see. You'd have closed and enter. And since the last entry, the price was at 28.3. So this would have been the last entry for ETHW, 28.3 on this strategy. And it still hasn't crossed down yet. Still uptrending. Still uptrending. But this is by far, I think this has been our biggest gap so far. Up here, 8% for this gap. So, and then it looks like it's curving down. But it could surprise us when Binance does that burn and we could keep this uptrend and eventually form higher support levels for Luna Classic. Now, I had a Luna Classic long. Recently, I posted in Discord. I didn't close it. I get in down around this range, around this price level. I'll check Discord to get the exact entry, but it was around this price level that I got in for for Luna Classic last time. And I'm still up into profits. On the 15-minute, we have Parabolic SAR uptrending again. Currently, the price is up about 8% up here. 8% measure move. So I'm up probably like 160% on my position. I can check my phone and see real quick. Or actually, I have the program on the computer over here. So this current position, it's up 167.13%. It's not bad. I did 20 times leverage, and my entry was at 3039. So let me draw a line at my entry, 3039. I'll just draw it right here. So this was my entry for Luna Classic that I posted in Discord, and it's still up. I did 20 times, and after I did 20 times, it never came back. Like, none of these candles came back down to my stop loss or to my entry. So even on these dips down here at the 32s, I didn't take profit because I want to see what happens Monday with this burn. If we can form a higher support level at the 35s, then potentially I could ride this a little bit longer. Now, I tried this with Luna Classic before, and I was forced to take profits. I was forced to take profits with Luna Classic before, and I had to pull the plug at 244% when I saw the price coming back down towards my entry. But basically, I'm up on my position, like, waiting, and I want to see if those Binance burns helps my Luna Classic position. If it does, great. If it doesn't help my position, I'm probably going to take profits and try to get another entry. But at the same time, a part of me wants to get stomped out of the trade because this isn't normal scalping. To me, stuff like Luna Classic and Ethereum proof of work, it's about getting in early and holding that early position as long as possible. Whereas Bitcoin, I'm not in Bitcoin early. I'm not in Ethereum early. I'm not in Dogecoin early anymore. So for Doge, ETH, and Bitcoin, it's all about scalping and securing profits, becoming a paper hand. For Luna Classic and ETHW, it's about getting that 5 times position, 20 times position, and I'll get stomped out at my entry and try again as many times as it takes until I get in early. If I get stomped out of my 5 times on ETHW, I'm going to go back 20 times. I'll have a type stop loss. If I get knocked out, knock me out. But eventually, I want to be holding a 5 times or 20 times position from the beginning until this thing runs to $20, $30, $40. I can just sit on that position and look at it and be like, hey guys, look, I'm up 30,000% on this position because I got a long way back here. So I would suffer 1,000 losses along the way, and these losses are small, like pennies up to $1 on the stop losses getting knocked out, until I get that one good position, which will result in hundreds of thousands of dollars profits. So that's my plan right there. For the SAR setting, for Parabolic SAR setting, the settings are right here, 0.02, 0.02, and then 0.2 for the max value. But this is Luna Classic right here. And then for ETHW, if I turn on ETHW right here, and if I look at it on the hourly, we can see like, I'm wondering if this $10 is going to be our last support that we see down here before, or we're going to drop down lower. If the emergency Fed Reserve meeting pauses interest rate hikes or turns on the money printer, because the US dollar is valued at so much right now, which would be a great time, then we're probably not going to see $10 again for ETHW. Not as likely. Whereas for Bitcoin, there's still a bunch of people over leveraged on Bitcoin. There's not a ton of people over leveraged on ETHW. There's literally billions of dollars, billions with a capital B, over leveraged on assets like Bitcoin, Ethereum. And then they have the equities market. These people are super leveraged. They're going to get knocked out eventually. They'll get knocked out eventually. The ones that don't get knocked out, that can borrow more money to sustain their leverage, they'll be big winners when the markets reverse. But until then, some of these guys are down like 80% on their portfolio. Some people are down 3 times on their portfolio. It's crazy. They borrowed way too much money. But I'm going to check the YouTube chat real quick. There's been a lot of messages so far today. Let me put the trading. We're going to have a trading competition on Discord as well, YouTube. Posted it in Discord. I think I put it in announcements. We're going to use METC, and the winner's going to give me their user ID. But basically, you look at my Discord, and it's for Discord members. It's a futures trading competition. It's going to be October 7th at 8 p.m. Eastern. It's open to my Discord members. We're going to use METC, and the prize is 100 USDT. But the rules are very simple. So basically at 8 p.m., competitors are going to review charts for 15 minutes. At 8:15 p.m., trading starts, and at 9:15 p.m., trading ends. So we get about 15 minutes to review the charts. And then after we review charts for 15 minutes, then we trade for about 1 hour. And all positions must be closed by 9:15 p.m. Now, the starting balance for all the Discord members must be at $100. And to become the winner, you have to be the person who ends with the highest dollar balance. You're not allowed to add more funds during the competition. You're only allowed to start with that 100. Now, the maximum leverage you're allowed to use is 50 times. The minimum leverage you're allowed to use is 5 times. The winner will need to show me their trades after it ends, but ultimately we're going to use that honor system. I think the Discord members are pretty honest, so worst case scenario, somebody lies about winning. They show me their trades. I find out they lied about their trades. I just view the second person, right? So Discord members pretty honest. People didn't lie last time. I don't think they would lie this time. If I look at the SPY right here, YouTube, we're so oversold. That Fed Reserve meeting, I don't think it's going to be negative news for the SPY. I really find it hard to be negative news for the SPY. I only find it to be positive. And we're so oversold that SPY is going to have a nice bounce, which could give Bitcoin a bounce. Now, we're at a race against time. We have about 11 hours until markets are open and trading. Bitcoin could do a lot of damage in 11 hours, but let's just see what Bitcoin did recently. We do have this double bottom at 19,157. We just hit it again earlier, and we bounced. We went as low as 18,924, which was another big double bottom from the 29th. So we had that double bottom as well. Basically, when you do futures trading, you want to get in on the bottom. You don't want to get in the middle. You want to get in on the bottom, a double bottom, completely oversold, stuff like that. You don't want to go in futures like right here when we're already pumped up by about 2 or 3%. So, let's just see how long 11 hours is in our world. So let's just drag this candle back from here for about 11 hours. So this is about 12 hours. Let me illustrate this block. This is like, even from the sell signal until now, this range right here has been about 14 hours. And the distance between the highest price to the lowest price, or double bottom, has been about 2% for Bitcoin. So, look, what kind of damage could Bitcoin do within these 11 hours before markets open? Probably not a lot. And if Bitcoin is trending up, since some hedge funds use Bitcoin as a leading indicator when markets are closed, if we see Bitcoin uptrending before markets are open, then great. Now, let's look at this. Basically, this is the Euro Canadian dollar. And look at this. Ooh, it's been coming down. The euro compared to the Canadian dollar has started coming down recently. And people are predicting that the euro is also starting to become worth less than Canadian dollars. So it's not just the euro becoming weak to American dollars, euro becoming weak to other dollars. So when markets open, we're going to take a look at the DTC. But just look at Luna Classic on the short term. Look how much we've already been climbing since I started this stream about 40 minutes ago. Let's check the charts 40 minutes ago. Right here, 40 minutes ago. So since we've been streaming 40 minutes ago, Luna Classic is already up 1.5%. Huge. Monday morning, or leading up to Monday morning, we're going to check on the DTC, the US dollar currency index. Look at this thing. It's already trading right now. We already see DTC right now. But look at this right here. Woo! Look at this moment of volatility on the DTC. This was huge. And this was because of the Great British Pound, I imagine. If I had to guess, this was because of the Great British Pound drop. Now, let's look at the DTC on the daily. Look how overbought this thing is. Look at the RSI. It's not looking good. It looks like it's coming down. Currently, we're at 112. The moment we started breaking up here, 114, and it's coming back down, that's when people started buying more cryptocurrencies. So, and DTC should be calming down. This would be good for the cryptocurrency markets. So, some bullish news for crypto right now. DTC is overvalued. US dollar is way too much money. People are going to start dumping US dollar. I already saw news. Chinese are like the first to do this. They're going to dump US dollar. They're going to dump bonds. And they're going to buy up their currency to pump their currency. How does US react to this? Well, our dollar is overvalued. It is overbought. So to bring that value down and to reap some reward in our markets and to raise taxes and revenue, we can just print more US dollars, or we can perhaps decrease our interest rate hikes, or even pause the interest rate hikes and just let the market know so that it can ease investors' minds. So that's what we're looking at here. And this may be why Bitcoin could actually break this bots within the next 12 hours. And then we could be back above $19,400 potentially. And there's so many trading ideas going around right now. Now, there's a lot of stocks that could immediately benefit from the money printer being turned back on. But which stock better than Tesla, which over the weekend on Friday announced their Optimus robot? Which stock best prepared for this type of scenario other than Tesla? Wow. Elon works really hard on a Friday, announces a new product, shows off that product. So Elon Musk shows off the Tesla Optimus. We get a nice spike when markets close Friday. Look at this nice spike. Nice little run up on Tesla. And if we look at Tesla on the 4-hour chart, we're already in this oversold period. So which stock to better get a bounce off of bullish news other than Tesla, which just revealed a very new product that they will most likely sell out of? All right, so we watched when we broke the uptrend on Tesla. Let's start mapping out this downtrend for Tesla, because this is a pretty steep downtrend. And let me remind you, the more steep your downtrend, the higher chance you have of breaking it in a shorter period of time. We've been downtrending, technically downtrending, since the last 12 days. Well, 9 days, technically. 9 days, 12 hours, we've been downtrending on Tesla. So this stock ticker, Tesla, I think people are going to be buying calls Monday morning for Tesla. maybe not cause that expire on this week, but cause that expire further out. Just from the bullish news that we looked over for Tesla Optimus. That's a pretty killer bot right there that they have. And then if the Federal Reserve starts printing money, and we just bounced off these bottoms down here at 266, like, from a technical and a fundamental standpoint, Tesla is prepared for a huge bounce Monday morning when markets open. Let's go ahead and write this on the chart. Let me go ahead and take a screenshot of this, put it in Discord and everywhere else. And it's everybody that looks like Tesla. From a technical standpoint, this thing looks like it's prepared to rip faces off. All right. I'll put this in Charts Journal as well. And I'll tag everybody that wants to see this post about stocks. And then I'll put it on Twitter as well, possibly. I'll put it on my Discord though. But you guys take a screenshot. Take a screenshot real quick and then I'll get it off the screen. We'll go back to one of these cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin. All right, you good? You got it? All right, let's go back to Bitcoin. If we look at Bitcoin on a short time frame, I still feel like we could break out of this range. Very possible to break out of this range. Now, if we break out of this range, let's take a look at some of these liquidations for Bitcoin. So even at the top level of this range, we start liquidation change at $19,295. It's not bad, not bad. We just start ending some of those liquidation chains at 19,650. So and generally with Bitcoin, any cryptocurrency, generally we will break resistance or support by a little bit as people are liquidate, but then like find some common ground there before bouncing off support or getting rejected and coming down from resistances. So currently Bitcoin has a pretty nice resistance up here at 19,650, and we look at it hourly, we had this double bottom at $19,157, which puts us in a nice decent spread for Bitcoin. And then we bounced off 18,915. We dipped down a little bit lower just from those liquidations before finding some more ground on Bitcoin this evening. So that's something to look forward to as well for Bitcoin. Now, I'll take a look at YouTube chat, see what people are saying. I'm going to drink my drink. I mixed lemonade and tea. Sweet tea and lemonade.
There's a name for that. I'm blanking on it.
It's called Arnold Palmer. He's a golfer. So this is what we're looking at. Looks very nice. But hey guys, if I'm wrong on anything right here, let me know. Be vocal. Write it in YouTube chats. If you don't think Fed will turn on that money printer tomorrow, let us know. Give us a good reason why you believe that. If you don't think they're going to slow down the interest rates, let us know. But what we're seeing in America, car dealerships running out of cash to loan customers from their banks. So mortgage officers like needing to go out and find new jobs. Imagine you're a mortgage officer and you have to go out and find a new job right now. My God. I mean, people very skeptical. I'm not going to buy a house that pay 8% interest. Why? Why pay 8% interest? It doesn't make sense. And the house is already an overbought range and they're too expensive. I don't want to buy the expensive house at 8% when a few years ago I could have bought the cheap house at cheap interest rate. It doesn't make sense. So you're going to have a lot of smart people, and they're smart people with a lot of money, and they have a lot of money because they're smart, and they're not going to waste it on these houses. So eventually a housing market will come down eventually, and then as housing market comes down, that means less people have collateral to back up their stocks and their portfolios that they leveraged, which is a huge danger with leverage. That's why I mentioned, when I buy a house, I'm going to buy a house with cash. I'm not going to buy a house on a loan and then borrow money against what equity I put in my house to buy stocks or crypto. No, it's a trap. You do that and you get liquidate, you're done. So take it nice and slow, nice and easy. Life is about the journey. You don't have to take these exorbitant amount of risk. Like, we're not out here, we're not hedge fund managers with money that is not ours. We actually have our own money, so we don't have to take this huge risk. Not at all. And so I want to remind you guys though that Bitcoin in this range, whenever it's overbought in the 15 minutes, we're going to see it come down. So watch your 15-minute RSI. When Bitcoin's overbought or oversold in 15, it's going to move. And when Bitcoin is moving in this range, like, it's a weird range. It's been pulling on other cryptocurrencies in this range. That's why we had Dogecoin having trouble getting back above 6 cents. And I'll say this one more time. If you're going to be bullish on Doge tonight, the moment you're bullish on Doge, instead of buying if you're bullish on Doge, great. The moment you're bullish on Doge, you can buy it. But if you're bullish on Bitcoin, don't go long on Bitcoin, go long on Doge. We saw when we were oversold completely in the 15 minutes for Doge that we had to bounce up. Since that completely oversold period until now, we're already up 1.4%. We can come back down. So looking at Doge down here, we're going to watch those short-term liquidation levels for Doge. Eventually, Bitcoin's going to find a trend. So I think the next 12 hours determine how good of a trade you guys are going to get. The next 12 hours are going to be that critical moment on if you're going to get a good trade or not get a good trade. And timing your entry is going to be very important. Even if you think the price is going to go up, don't buy at the current price. Spend these nice long 12 hours waiting for that perfect entry. And then the moment that we are oversold, before we get to this 12 hours, before markets opens tomorrow, before the emergency Fed meeting, great. Don't just buy when we're overbought in the short time frames. Wait until we go oversold again. So on this 15-minute RSI for Doge, for example, we're already overbought up here. If it cools back down, goes down to like at least under 25, then you can start thinking about an entry, right? So start spending these 12 hours waiting, being patient, set some trading view alerts. Look, I'll teach you guys a little secret. So go to your 15-minute chart right now on Doge. On my golden cross line up here, that's fine. But I'm going to click my 200 EMA. The moment we break my, sorry, let me accidentally click liquidation. I'll click my 200 EMA. I'll add alert. The moment we pass that 200 EMA, I'll get alerted. Okay, that's one alert. That will trigger me in case we wake up. If we break above that 200 EMA, I will probably want to get a position of Doge in case it starts running. Well, if that doesn't happen, I'm going to click my RSI. I'm going to pop in for if we drop under 25. After we drop under 25, I can watch the charts a little bit deeper. Boom. I have my alerts. I have 2 major alerts that will keep me in this range. And then, look, I can go watch Netflix. I can go watch podcasts. I can watch Tame the Ark. I can go play video games, read a book, go jog or something. You have those alerts. So you don't have to sit here and watch this chart, because if we keep downtrending, well, we're not going to break this 200 EMA. The moment we start uptrending and break up, we'll definitely hit this 200 EMA. And the moment we get oversold, we're definitely going to go to 25. Once we get 25, you're going to wait until we manually go down to like 13 or something and start planning the entry. I mean, I could sit here with you guys for 12 hours and do that as well, but it's going to be a little bit boring. So if it's boring and I know we're going to be about this range for 12 hours, I could find an altcoin like ETHW I could scalp in and out of that on the 5 to 15 minute charts. Or I could even do Bitcoin on like a little bit higher leverage on 5 to 15 minute charts. But looking at ETHW here, we're in this range. We haven't like really hit the top of this range yet, $11. This $11 support has turned into resistance. So you could start mapping out some different altcoins, doing some research, planning some stuff for stocks tomorrow if you really wanted to, just to keep your mind busy. But in the short term, you can scalp coins that you're not actively trading, like ETHW. Luna Classic, a little bit trickier to trade. I think you have to be like more of an expert trader for Luna Classic. You can visit Crypto Bubbles, check what's pumping for the last 5 minutes. Nothing really pumping in the last 5 minutes. I see Luna Classics up here, 0.1%. AVAX is up a little bit. Litecoin's up like 0% in the last 5 minutes. And then HNT. So if I look at this on the daily, we see some other coins up here. So you don't use like a bunch of money on some of these weird tokens. But basically, just scalp a little bit on some of the other coins while you're waiting. It's going to be a long time. I think this is going to be good for crypto. Look, I had Dogecoin last year. A lot of us in the Discord had Dogecoin when it was under 1 cent. And the moment we started getting stimulus checks, my God, after those stimulus checks eventually rolled in and people had money, Doge went from under a penny up to 8 cents. From 8 cents, and with the more Elon Musk tweets, we spiked to 11. From 11 to 74 was a very brief period of time. 11 cents to 74, leading up to Saturday Night Live. I believe if there's any more stimulus checks for either citizens or banks, or even just take out stimulus checks and just start reducing interest rates. Reduce interest rates, we can get our economy spending more money again. That would be good for like at least another 2 months. And that could create a mini bull run for crypto. It's actually very bullish for crypto when the market's open. The question is, how far will Bitcoin, Dogecoin, ETHW, Luna Classic come down before markets even open? Because I'm telling you now, a lot of traders don't even know if they're going to have any bullish news tomorrow. They're very hesitant and they're waiting. They don't like to guess. Me, my trading style, I like to guess. I like to be early. If I can be early, great. So my style today, I would be waiting to get another good entry on cryptocurrency like ETHW or Bitcoin. And I think ETHW, like this $10 support, if it holds, like I would probably do an order for ETHW. And here's how it would go. I would go something like 5 times long ETHW, stop loss, 5 times long ETHW at $10, exactly $10. And then I would stop loss at $9.70, something like that, just to try to get a good entry. Now, because that stop loss, if it triggers at 970, I could probably re-enter it again. But that would be my play. And if this place fails, then I'm back on the sidelines waiting, right? But if it works, we see how well we bounced off $10 recently and prior. So I did see one time it went down to $9. So if I get stomped out at 970 and we dip down to 9, I would immediately have another order down at $9, maybe on like 10 times leverage. And I would do like 10, and then I would have a stop loss at 8.90 just in case, just to try to minimize those losses. And that's what I would do. That would be my trading style. If I was sitting here watching it, those would be my trades. And then if they don't hit, then I would do something else along the way. And then for Bitcoin, if I was going to make a Bitcoin trade, I would definitely want to wait for it to cool down a little bit. Let's do Bitcoin on this chart. I would wait for Bitcoin to cool down a little bit. Ideally, I would want this hourly RSI to go down or start coming up. So this RSI would have to come down to at least 25. Or even the 4-hour RSI would have to come to the completely oversold before I think about entering a position for Bitcoin. Now, if we don't get oversold before markets open tomorrow, like we're at 6 o'clock in the morning and Bitcoin's at the same price, I'm just going to YOLO it. 5 times long at current price, set a nice stop loss. If it goes up, great. If it doesn't go down, well, I just get stop lossed out. It's not a big deal. Take that loss. The problem is there's people out there, they're not going to set a stop loss. The price could drop 10% and they could be down 50% using 5 times. They could lose their position liquidation at 10 times. Because there are some people out there, they gamble. They don't use stop loss at all. And they enter in the middle. They enter in the middle. I'm going to go get the air on real quick. I want to show you something before I go, though. If you look at the DTC on the 1 minute chart, look at the DTC's climbing on the 1 minute chart. This is good for me. The DTC climbing on a short term is good for me because it will help push Bitcoin down to a level that I need it to be. So that's really good for me. And if I just do this like 2 charts, I'll have DTC up here, I'll have Bitcoin down here, and basically the DTC can help push Bitcoin down for me before markets open. Great. It's going to help me get my position a lot faster. And as the DTC is uptrending like this, I definitely don't need to buy Bitcoin right now. So as DTC was uptrending, Bitcoin started receiving this death cross on the short time frame. So this leads me to believe Bitcoin can eventually push under 19,000. Now, if I look at the 5 minute charts for these two, 5 minute chart's going to paint a similar picture. I see that uptrend happening. I'll probably get a golden cross on the DTC, whereas we're going to get a death cross on Bitcoin. If I was to take a short-term scalp right here, I would probably short Bitcoin and then take profits down at $18,951. That would be my play. So I'm not trying to short though. I'm trying to get a good entry in a long. And meanwhile, if I'm bored, I could do these long and shorts on Bitcoin while I'm waiting on my main coin to get a position. Now, I think this is pulling ETHW down. If this is pulling ETHW down, then it's going to be more likely for us to hit that $10 support for ETHW as well. Whereas Luna Classic, it's a whole different scenario. So, Bitcoin just did a nice run up recently, 19,200. And that's when the DTC started dropping hard. DTC started trading back again though, so keep an eye. Generally when DTC gets overbought in this range right here, and Bitcoin's oversold, then the Bitcoin start uptrending, DTC starts downtrending just a little bit on those 5-15 minutes. Works better on the other hours. So I'll leave Bitcoin right here for you guys real quick, and I'll come back. No sell signal popped in here, but probably manually sell like $100 up on Bitcoin. I find Bitcoin, you make more money scalping it than holding it for long periods of times. If you can do at least 5 to 10 scalps per day, you'll make more rather than swing holding. And then when I come back, I'll recognize some of the viewers in the YouTube chat. But I do want to say that when Bitcoin comes down, sometimes we see Luna Classic uptrending. So I'm sure to get Luna Classic chart up here as well for you guys. So we look at Luna Classic, it's still uptrending. When this thing goes up 10 times in price, people are going to wish they had a position back here in these days. That's how I feel about Luna Classic. So I'll be back. Just give me a few minutes. And if anybody on Discord wants to take over the mic, feel free. So we just received the Golden Cross for Luna Classic. Generally, Golden Cross is pretty bullish indicator. I think people are going to be surprised how much Luna Classic spikes from a Binance burn. I think it's going to surprise people. Nice Golden Cross. All right, let's check out the YouTube chat real quick, see what people are saying. All right. Yeah, repo numbers have been increasing as well. I mean, if you give a lot of people credit and they can't repay their credit, car companies are just going to come take the cars. Banks are going to take back the houses. Credit card companies are probably going to suffer. They'll sell the debt to another company, to debt collectors. But yeah, basically, I don't see big problems with credits right now. I mean, if you're responsible with your credit, great. There's still a lot of people unresponsible with credit cards though. There's people that take out home loans and they don't pay their mortgages. One thing that scares me with the market right now though, some companies are cutting hours for their employees. Once you start cutting hours for employees, they're going to be able to afford less things. Hopefully they make the right choice and they pay their house, they pay their car. It's generally Americans. Americans are the number one at like wasting money. I've never seen a country that wastes money as much as Americans. So if these Americans are very strict with their spending, they'll be able to pay their house bills, they'll be able to pay their car notes, they'll be able to pay their electricity, internet, phones, and stuff. But the moment they start wasting their money on $500 sneakers, $1,000 jackets, start running up their credit cards, then they're going to get wrecked. When you get thousands upon thousands of people like that, it can pull down an economy. So try to be responsible with your spending if you know that you're going to get less hours for your job. And don't do it for yourself, do it for your country. Like, try to be responsible. In China, we see people are very responsible with their money. Generally, they like to save money. Americans, we don't really like to save money. Very hard for people to save money. I never looked at that stock, GT. Never looked at that stock, low temp. Yeah, after like the hurricane in Florida, right? If they get the insurance policies, great. If their insurance policies doesn't carry them, then they will see people walking away from mortgages. I feel that. Definitely see that happening. Currently on the short term, I see on the 5-minute chart, we have this parabolic SAR uptrend for Luna Classic. We're going to see how this plays out. I think the DXY is downtrending, right? Actually, it was overbought, and then now Bitcoin started that uptrend. So you could literally, I might even do like a small class on this on YouTube tonight. You can literally go in and out of positions while this thing's ping-ponging. Now, if W doesn't get these big pumps recently with Bitcoin, I suspect because it's doing its own thing. ETHW ran up a lot lately, and then those big dips, so I have to keep an eye on the network, see what's happening behind the scenes on the network as well with ETHW. We do see ETHW though on the 5 minutes, like getting that completely oversold. Unfortunately, we may be forming a death cross for ETHW up here as well though. But on the hourly and other time frames, and when we hit that $10 resistance, before we broke it, that $10 resistance became our $10 support, and then we broke up. So in the hourly, this chart doesn't look horrible. Some people would think it might come down all the way, but no, it's like a extended bull flag in my opinion for ETHW. And on the short term, like back here, we started downtrending. So the flag no longer waving straight, start breaking. So this broke our most recent bull flag pattern right here, but we did find support. We found support at that $10 range and looked a little bit under on some liquidations like $10.96.8, but it's been holding pretty decent up here. Now I'm going to take a screenshot of this. There hasn't been like a good chart on Twitter lately. I haven't seen a lot of people tweeting about this on Twitter lately for ETHW charts, so I'll go ahead and add it up there. It still blows my mind that this thing is holding so well before the Coinbase listings and everything. Alright, so I'll put the chart on Twitter since there's not many charts. And if I look at Twitter, it's not really trending. There's like 240 tweets. 240 tweets in the last hour for something like ETHW, so it's not really trending. It's not really viral. A lot of these tweets are just spammers promoting scams or their NFT collections. But then there's some developers posting that they're going back to work. On the 29th of September, Ethereum proof of work mining pool was launched by Binance. So that was a bullish catalyst for it as well. I do find that when it's cooling down like this and there's not too many people posting, it's generally the best time to accumulate. And then once thousands of people are showing you charts that prices up, that's a psychological level to start taking profits for something. I don't think the DTC is topped on the short time frame. I don't trade Spell SP. I stay away from it, but there are people that trade it. I just don't trade it. It doesn't have enough money in it for me to trade in and out like I like to do. It's not something for me. But to each their own when it comes to crypto. I just have things I'm comfortable trading. On the 5-minute Luna class, it received the golden cross, but it's also, if you look here, it's also overbought. So it's at a tough situation. I mean, it's still up further than when I bought. Now, Bitcoin and the DTC, we see DTC is already getting, right here, Bitcoin was getting overbought. So Let's see if they're coming back down. Keep in mind, Bitcoin does not affect the DTC. Like, Bitcoin can be oversold, and DTC can be oversold. Doesn't mean Bitcoin is going to make the DTC move. Not at all. Bitcoin trading, you want to look at Bitcoin RSI, DTC is RSI. When the market's open, look at the markets like SPYs, NASDAQ, all that stuff too. But generally when the DTC is overbought, even if Bitcoin is not completely oversold, people can still go long and do like a quick scalp on Bitcoin. It would be good to do like a demonstration. XRP is not weird. It did a big pump because they were on the news. Ripple won another judgment in their lawsuit. I don't think it's weird. I mean, it moves how you would expect the crypto to move with the technicals, and then when you get fundamentals, it pumps as well. So I think it's far from being weird. Very far from being weird. I trade Shiba Inu sometimes. I do trade Shiba Inu sometimes. I'm still seeing on a short time frame, like the DTC is still trying to go up there. And if you want to get ahead of the DTC, you can just watch the foreign currencies compared to US dollar. And once you see a big spike in one of those currencies, you can choose if you want to hold or sell, buy. Let's see here. I'm gonna check on Discord, show off your profit channel. Some people are posting current trades. Let's check some of the current trades. Alright, so this is some of the current trades in the Discord. And most recent, Rick's in the trade. So Rick Ball is in Luna Classic long. Looks like a high leverage trade if he's been in since 33. I think the price is already back down to 33 and some change. If I look back here a little bit more, seeing some of these positions. Not bad. Oh, that's me. I was still long on Luna. So I was still long earlier when the price was at 33 as well. Interesting. But my average price, look at my average price. The price that I actually paid for Luna Classic, way down here. Super low. Very low. Alright, it's not bad. So I'm thinking about doing like a short-term demo scalp just to show you guys a little something. If I look at show your entries, some people show their entries recently. Oh, that's just me. I showed an entry on a Luna Classic and ETHW bag earlier. For ETHW, it's like fair price was at 10.80 when I took the screenshot, but I was able to enter at $10.66. And after this, eventually it ran all the way to $10.97. But I was able to show the moment in time on the chart when I entered a position, and I gave a reason as well. And this is on ETHW. And then if I look back at the chart after I entered that position, back here, earlier today, we saw after I entered that position, eventually we ran. So we ran as high as like $10.97. And after that $10.90, after we got overbought on the hourly, well, heading up to overbought, we started coming down. And that may be because on the 4 hour, we still haven't came down all the way. But on this 4 hour RSI for ETHW, my God, is it oversold. Like, this looks like a perfect entry down here. And people that keep grabbing at that $10 support for that short time frame. Because every time they grabbed that $10 support, they were able to at least sell it for profit 2 different times. And both times, like one time was at above 3%. The second time before it started coming back down was over 4%. And even when it started coming back down, they had opportunities, like so many different candles to take profits while still above 3%. Even right here, they're still above 3% from last time going long on that support line. So ETHW, definitely one of those coins that I like to trade. Definitely one of those coins that I like to trade. I never trade it solo. I don't know anything about it. But yeah, if the stocks continue to downtrend, eventually Bitcoin and stocks, if they keep this downtrend, Bitcoin will be under 17K. But the market doesn't just go up and just go down. If it did that, everybody would be a market genius. The market goes up a little bit, down a little bit, up a little bit, down a little bit, until it eventually crawls all the way to the bottom. And that's where liquidations come in play. But as we get closer to the bottom in the crypto, you probably don't want to be staking on platforms that have terms and service stating that your stake is their property. And if they go under, you lose it. You don't want to be in that situation when we get closer to the bottom. Closer we get to the bottom, the worse liquidations are going to become. Don't want to be that situation. So we could potentially do some demo trading while we're on the sidelines waiting for some action. If you guys want to do some demo trading, let me know. I'll do a poll real quick. All right, let's do a poll. I'll come back in a minute and check the poll. If there's enough people that want to do the poll, then go ahead and sign up for the futures platform I'm going to use. And make sure we're all on the same page. So I'll put the link in the chat so you guys that say yes are prepared. Go ahead and sign up, and we can just do the demo trading when I come back. So we can practice some entries and some exits on some demo scalps, and it will be a good way to keep track of it so I don't have to do it down on paper or the charts. So far, 95% said yes, so we get enough people voting, then I definitely would do it. Guys, over 6,980 Bitcoin transferred from unknown wallet to unknown wallet. Let's see where they transferred. Oh, it doesn't say where, it's just unknown wallets. Yep. Lots of Bitcoin transferred. Let's see if this is going to drop the price of Bitcoin a little bit here. I mean, that would help it get in the oversold range faster. When we do this short-term demo trading scalping, we have to follow our strategy though. So we have about 26 people that voted. Majority of people are saying yes. And we're going to keep an eye on Luna Classic chart while I'm waiting. Sorry, I'm multitasking. I'm doing a lot of things right now, and then we can try to do this demo trading. See, that's why it's still not slowing down yet, by the way. And by the way, it's not going to naturally slow down by itself. It has to wait until the Fed meeting tomorrow to see if it's going to get a slowdown. Because if it doesn't get a slowdown, people are going to cancel orders left and right. But go ahead and vote if you want to do the practice demo trading. Go ahead and sign up for the demo trading account. And after you sign up for a demo trading account, when I come back, I'll start it. So I'll give you guys at least 5 to 10 minutes to get signed up. You don't have to put in a lot of information to get access to futures demo account. It's really not a lot of things you have to do. So I'll be right back in a moment. I'm watching Luna Classic up here still. Still over 180% on my position. I'll be right back. Go ahead and sign up, and then we'll do demo trading when I'm back. Alright, I'm back. I'll give the people who voted a few more minutes to get set up before we start. But not going to take long. Not going to take long. Really shouldn't take that long to set up though. When you guys are ready, just put it in chat, let me know, so I can react. Alright, so one person's ready. One person's ready so far. Give you a few more minutes to get ready, signed up, set up your demo account, and then we'll start it together. And add a few indicators on there as well. We have a lot of news being shared in Discord right now. Lots of news. Not bad. Alright, so we're gonna start. If you're not ready yet, you can try get ready on another stream. I'll do a dedicated stream for this. I'll put the same link in the chat, same one I've been using for Luna Classic and ETHW. We're gonna go ahead and start this demo trading for you guys out there. So we're gonna go ahead and get the platform loaded. So this is gonna be a Metsi. Let's don't really have to see me a lot here. So basically, this is going to be the Metsi Global. I put the link in the chat, and this is going to be that demo trading. Basically, on demo trading, you can get access to funds. Just click Receive Demo Coins on the bottom right down here. And let's get started. I have a trading view chart, so I don't really need too much on this chart, but let's go ahead and click Function. This will help us add an indicator. Let's do RSI. So we're going to add relative strength index here. And the first thing I like to do when I have my relative strength index, I like to change the color to gold. So I click the gear icon. I change the color to gold. For my upper limit, I will do 80. For my lower limit, 20. And for my length, I will do 6. I like this for cryptocurrency. Now, let's drag this out a little bit for the chart. Short time frame. Let's move this bar up for the buys up here. This is their original chart that already comes. If you want to click original, you can do depth, or we can do trading view. For original, they already have like moving average, short-term moving average, long-term. If you go down here, they already have volumes as well. But we're going to do the trading view. I like the trading view. We're going to zoom out a little bit here. I can't really add the other charts like I have up here. But basically, we have our money. We want to do our leverage. We don't want to use 100 times. We're going to do isolated. And on this, we're going to do 5 times at most. All right. Confirm. And then for 5 times, you can do up to 1,000 Bitcoin for the leverage. And if I want to do a short, let's go ahead and change this to 5 times just in case something goes bad, right? Now, I'm thinking about an entry. How do I find an entry? Well, let's look at the Bitcoin chart. I see that we can get liquidations up to 19,650 if it really runs. But on a short time frame, I want to make sure that we are getting that oversold period as well. So RSI is still a little bit high for my favor to go into entry. And let's delete the volume. My volume always comes down. Let's add volume up here. If I look at my MACD, it does look like the MACD is about to cross up. It's not a really powerful MACD since it's very close to 0, but it does look like it could be crossing up. So let's check something that has a weight on Bitcoin. It's going to be the DTC. So if I look at the DTC here, I think the next moment DTC is in this overbought in a short time frame, it's going to pull Bitcoin up. So even right here, if I go halfway, I could probably make some profits. But I want Bitcoin to be oversold a little bit further, and I want the DTC to come down a little bit more. Let's check on the 1 minute. DTC is still not oversold on the 1 minute. And we've been in this range. Since we've been in the range for a while, I can use the 1 minute for this and get away with it. So DTC and Bitcoin. Currently, we're still waiting for a good entry for the Bitcoin long or short. So since I know Bitcoin's oversold on a weekly, I traditionally want to go with a long. So I'm seeing right here, repair like SA or uptrend on the 1 minute chart. I want to make sure the DTC is still coming down though. But look at Bitcoin by itself and look at this range. I can see we're kind of like in the middle of this range. And we're in the middle of this range. How far have we gone down or gone up? So we could go down 1% or we could go up at least 1.97% upward. So I think I would probably try to enter a long right here, 19,190. So let's go back to the platform. Sometimes future price is going to be a little bit cheaper. And I can go ahead and do the price, click the price here. I can do up to 1,000 Bitcoin. Let's do 1,000 Bitcoin. That would be a lot. So 12 Bitcoin right here and long. And I can have this order ready to place if I'm ready. But let's double check the charts. See how we're already in the overbought range almost on the short time frame for Bitcoin? If I zoom out here, it doesn't really have a lot of gas to wick up in those liquidations. Let's draw a 15 minutes downtrend, see if we're about to break a downtrend. Since that big spike up, I know this was caused by liquidations. So it's a little bit hard to draw this downtrend. So we can try. It's just hard to draw. Very hard to draw any type of downtrend for Bitcoin right here. Alright, got the downtrend as best as we can. And then on the 3-minute chart, I can see we're getting close to that line. All Bitcoin has to do is move up by 0.3%. But it's already overbought in the shorter time frames. So on the hourly, it's not overbought. 4 hours is not oversold. I want to get like a good entry, like a really good entry. I don't want to enter right here. And I would just still be waiting a little bit longer. Let's watch a DXY. Still see a DXY is uptrending, while Bitcoin potentially downtrending. So I don't open the position yet. I'm still waiting. I can go ahead and start setting up my stop loss, take profit. So if I do think Bitcoin can get the gas all the way up to this liquidation, 19,000 up to 19,500, I can go ahead and start typing 19,555. And my stop loss, if I'm wrong, ideally I want Bitcoin to come down. I don't want to lose a lot of money. And I'll start setting that stop loss as I get closer to entering position. Still waiting to enter that position. And keep in mind, trading is very real time. Within a flash, something could trade. Make your trade invalidated. So, still waiting for a good entry. I want this RSI cool down a little bit further for Bitcoin. Still watching the DXY uptrend here as well. I think once this DXY stops out uptrending on the short time frame, then we can do a quit scalp on Bitcoin. Let's start measuring how much profit on a quit scalp for Bitcoin. So we look at Bitcoin right here. Let's just see like our short-term resistance that we've been bouncing off multiple times. Like this right here. And then I definitely want my stop loss. I can already tell that my stop loss, I want it right here, because if we go under here, we would probably hit this liquidation block and the price will come down. So my stop loss is going to be 19,128. So if we go down about 1.38%. And for my take profit, it's just going to be a short take profit if I enter. I think I'm going to try to get on this resistance at 19,196. And then for my entry, I'm still trying to get a good entry for Bitcoin, but I'm watching the DXY as well. So once this DXY, like it's overbought right here, not completely overbought. I think as it gets to this 112.169, and then when Bitcoin gets oversold. So I'm gonna right click, I'm gonna add alert. And I want this to come under, I need it to come under 25. And you see what trading is. Trading is really like basically waiting. So I didn't enter a trade. I still don't have a good point to enter the trade yet, and I don't want to force an entry on the trade as well. So we're still waiting. It could take a long time to even enter a trade. Like when you're waiting on a good entry, it takes a long time. You don't just jump in and hope to get out at a higher price. If you're jumping in and hoping to get out at a higher price, you're kind of gambling. Whereas if you're timing it, you're waiting, you're being patient, then you're going to do a lot better. Have a good day, Bo. All right, so I'm watching this on a shorter time frame. I want to see, I know in the 1 minute we're getting oversold. And here's something to consider as well. Like we started breaking this small uptrend recently as well. Like this one broke. This was not good. And then we started like in this choppiness block. So we broke the uptrend, went in this choppiness block. And if I draw this choppy block right here, I can see that the corner of this block also ends around this downturn. So still waiting to get a good entry on the Bitcoin demo account for you guys. Still waiting. It's getting oversold a little bit on the short time frame. I don't have a limit price, Khalid. If I knew that price, I would not even be here on YouTube trading right now. If I knew that price. I don't see the future. I have to trade what I see, so I'm waiting. Like I don't even have any limit price typed in yet. I'm just waiting. And I'm not sure when DXY will stop pumping. DXY just made a higher high on the short time frame, which is not good for Bitcoin. Because if I'm looking to do a Bitcoin long, this is not really good for Bitcoin at all. Oh yeah, DXY is pushing up here. Like, from what I see, DXY is pushing. My God. It's still up here. It's getting overbought, and it's still getting this momentum for the DXY. So I would almost think that it's going to take a little bit longer to get this long if that DXY keeps climbing. So in the short term, here's what I can do. If I really want to force a trade, I can enter the long on our support at 19,128. That's something I could do. So 19,128. That's when I enter long. I have my take profits and 19,128. My take profits up here, 19,196. And then for my stop loss, I would keep that stop loss down here a little bit lower. So 19,125. If I get stumped out of the trade, basically I would lose about $38. Not a devastating loss. So let's go ahead and open it. And then when I click open, 5 times leverage, take profits 19,196, stop loss 19,125. Liquidation price would be $15,376. Boom. All right, and then it's in the order. So I have the order open right here. Just gonna wait for it to fill. Let's check the charts real quick. Let's check the DXY. So the DXY is completely overbought right here. I mean, it's not a bad liquidation price as well. But I'm going to keep that long entry open for Bitcoin because I'm trying to get a good entry. DXY, parabolic SAR in a 5 minute. Bitcoin's parabolic SAR as well. But I think Bitcoin is going to come down. The DXY is going to push Bitcoin down. And I think we can hit this short-term support. Now, if I want to be a little bit better, if I want to get like a really good entry, I would change my order position to 19,053. I would change it to 19,053 for entry. And this would assume that we would get rid of the first block of liquidations. So I would go here for my open order. Here's what I would do. I would revoke the order, cancel. The order is canceled. I don't have the order. And if I think we're going to wick down, liquidate these positions, I can go long at 19,053. And that's for naked entry. I don't want to do a naked entry though. I want to wait until we actually recover from this downtrend. We're not going to recover from this downtrend until the DTC stops pumping, I believe. So let's manually wait until we dip down and then start recovering before we get a position. I'm watching the DTC very closely on another chart, and I can tell you, it's pushing and making higher highs. So while this is happening, it's actually giving a def cross on the short term for Bitcoin. On 5 minutes, we're still very far from being oversold. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. One of the most important things about futures trading is getting that good entry. I already explained to you guys that we're just doing this for demo practice, very short time frame trading. I would not do this to try to get a very long-term trade. I would wait a lot longer, maybe 36 to 48 hours, up to 5 weeks to get a better long-term entry. But we're just going to do this short-term trade. We don't have 5 weeks right now. We've been live for about 2 hours. We don't have 5 weeks to wait for that perfect entry. So we're waiting right now. Short-term scalp possibly entry at 19,503. I'll write the word possible because we don't have the order there yet. Possible entry. But we're going to watch. We're going to wait and see if Bitcoin comes down and crushes these longs on liquidations, since the DTC is still uptrending. Still waiting. If we can get this trade, great. If we can get this trade, great. If not, then it's literally only like an hour or 2 hours that we spent waiting. And if you want to be a good trader, you have to be willing to wait. Sometimes you wait 1 day, sometimes you wait 2 days. Sometimes you have your friend watching your computer waiting for you. Other times you have TradingView alerts. I'll be right back. Let me turn on the fan real quick. It's hot. So, still no entry yet. Still no entry. I'm still waiting. By the way, this is demo account. If you look right here, it says demo trading. And if you want to sign up on this demo account, I'll put the referral link in the chat for you guys out there. And still waiting for that entry. Now, getting an entry is the boring part. Takes a long time. Sometimes taking profit is not as boring or as bad, because once you're in the profits, if you have to go out and do something, and if you're in the profits, you can set a stop loss, or you can just take profits right where you're at. It doesn't matter. It's a lot easier to walk away from a trade when you're $1,000 in profits. You take that $1,000 profit and go out and do something else. All right, so right here, 19,167. I see the DTC is downtrending. So I'm going to go ahead and enter my position. I have my same stop loss, take profits, boom. All right, so my order filled. I was able to jump the gun. I entered a position. Currently up $11. My entry price was 15,401.9. I do have that stop loss and my take profits. So watching this, if you look at my take profits, it's 19,196, stop loss 19,125, just in case I'm wrong. And then I can watch this on the short time frame on the chart and just see how the price is moving while I'm watching this trade. And I can even draw on the chart if I really wanted to on the other chart, but still watching. And it would knock me out of the trade if I'm wrong. And I would probably lose about $30. Oh, my stop loss is a little bit tighter down here. Alright, and let's take a look. I was wrong about the trade because the DXY, now the DXY has a golden cross. Bitcoin's up here. But my liquidation price is very favorable, like 15,000. So if I think the liquidation price won't hit 15,000, I can adjust my stop loss. Oh, let's see real quick. I can edit right here. If my liquidation price is 15,000 and I want to hold this a little bit longer, I can say $18,000 for my liquidation. And I would at most lose 15,000. If I want to take profit, I could say $20,000. And my profit could be 10,000. And I could hit confirm for that. And this is on 5 times. 5 times leverage gives me that 15,000 liquidation price. And then I would watch this trade. While this is happening real time, DTC is still climbing like really big. DTC is really climbing up here, guys. And while the DTC is climbing, I think it's making it harder for some of these other cryptocurrencies. Let me take a look real quick. I'm still up over 180% on the Luna Classic position. They don't have Luna Classic on demo. They have like Bitcoin, SHIB. DTC is still uptrending quite well here. And while the DTC is uptrending, it's still pulling Bitcoin down. Bitcoin's not really close to the oversold point, but it's getting there. And I think up here on the short term, we could take profits 19,197, or we can even adjust it. Less likely take profits at $19,208. So for the scalp, currently it's down 0.16%. That's not really a lot. And basically I go take profit, stop loss. I adjust this. And I mentioned possible to take profit 19,207 on this short-term scalp. Very possible, right? And that would yield about 617 profit. But if we come up through this liquidation block, big if we come into this liquidation block and get momentum at $19,650 resistance, then let's see what that profit would be. It'd be about $6,000 profit. I don't think Bitcoin will come under 18,000, but if Bitcoin went to $18,000, I would be stop lossed out, and this will give me opportunity to buy more Bitcoin with the money I have left over, which would be about $45,000. Now, $45,000 divided by 18,000 could buy about 2.5 Bitcoin with that, whereas current price could not buy as much. So I'll keep that 18,000 liquidation price, and I'll stay in this long, and we can watch how this long goes. Now, this is in a very short time frame. And I'm watching the DTC. DTC is still up there versus Bitcoin. If I look on these things on the 15 minutes, it's still not completely overbought. Generally, 15 minutes on completely overbought is that breaking point. But at the same time, DTC doesn't have to play by the rules of relative strength index. There's literally markets in the world dumping their currency to buy US dollar, which is holding the DTC up where it is.
Tame.
Yes,
Tame.
sir.
Pull up the BXY right now, the British Pound Currency Index.
Did it do another
It's
big
like-
dip?
Oh my God.
Yeah, I see that. Did this happen in like the past minute?
Yeah, we were talking about this the other night, man. The currency wars are gonna be nasty here.
No. This is some people said this was a computer error, that it's not real.
It's still there.
No, they said this was an error. I saw people write articles saying this was a computer error, that it was a glitch.
Oh, okay.
I mean, if this was true, the DXY would be higher than 114 D block.
That's exactly what I was waiting for. That
They said it
push
was no
when I
volume.
turned it on.
So the currency for the so here's the problem about DXY. Sometimes DXY formula, it can get fucked up near end of close for currency trading, as we get like somebody do an order like this, no volume, and price pushes down by 10. It can mess up a lot of positions. But look at DXY, it's uptrending quite nicely compared to Bitcoin here. I think opening a short on Bitcoin would have been a little bit more profitable.
I entered a long Bitcoin like 4 hours ago, and nothing has happened. 50x. I went in at 19,174.
You're probably around the same price then.
Yeah, 50x. We'll see.
So I'm down about 0.5% on this Bitcoin long, and I should have manually waited until the DXY stopped. Like, I should have sat here and wait like 8 hours. 8 hours probably wait until market opens to do the scalp. But this is a short-term scalp. I think we're in this really healthy range of taking profits for Bitcoin. So we're gonna see. We're waiting.
My liquidation is 1870.
Oh, I would not like that. I did mention it earlier, Bitcoin could drop drastically hard right before markets open and then pump when markets open. That would be the ideal scenario for exchanges to make more money.
Yeah, my liquidation is 18,890.
So we can come down to 19,000. All right. We're coming down hard right here for Bitcoin. My alerts just popped off. So look at everything across the board. Look at Dogecoin, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and ETHW. Everything across the board that's following Bitcoin closely, like ETH and Doge, are bleeding. And while they are bleeding, my God, let's get rid of this BSY. Look at Ditsy. Ditsy is pushing up here, like on the 1 minute. Look at 1 minute. Like Ditsy is pushing up here, D-Block.
Yeah, she came back to life with the vengeance today.
Oh, yeah. That federal meeting may tame the Ditsy a little bit, though.
Yeah, I've got some ideas about that, man. After what the Bank of England did, where they basically started quantitative easing out of a panic. That's why this drop right here is really interesting, because I'm dying to see what the pound does. But I can see a scenario where they decide to slow down on our tightening to benefit other countries. Because if we increase another 0.75, these currencies are going to take a shit. I mean, we're going to see some large global currency collapse. One of them is going to take a huge dump, and it's probably going to be the pound.
Yeah, US dollar is worth a lot right now. Thank God I'm in America.
America.
Oh,
yeah, it's the most patriotic I ever am when I'm rooting for the Dixie.
All right. Which website are you using to watch all these currencies?
I'm just on TradingView.
All right. Well, a lot of these currencies not moving right now. Which one's moving?
The Dixie's up and going. Everything else is paused for right now until tomorrow. So Dixie moves first.
How does the Dixie move when the markets are not? I don't understand.
Because they're moving. We just don't see them. They never stop moving. They just don't move on the chart. Yeah, because the fundamentals that change, like in other words, it'll catch up to what it was going to be. Something happens in the UK over the weekend, whether it's moving or not. When the Dixie pops back on, you'll see a reaction. Sometimes you'll see a big gap up or a big gap down.
So my alerts went off on TradingView, guys, and let's check this out. I think I could have waited for that entry on Bitcoin a lot easier at the 19,127. It would have been stop lossed out at the 19,125 right there. But the good entry that I was talking about would be 19,053. I do realize that we have room to come down. Ditsy's pumping. So I'm going to insta close this position. Let's use best price, 100% close. I'll lose $760. Oh well, don't care. Now immediately right here, I'm going to open the short on Bitcoin because I do see it can come down in this liquidation block. All right, so I immediately open the short on Bitcoin, 19,113. And you saw how emotionally detached I was from that loss. I don't care because Ditsy is still pumping. Now I see Bitcoin coming down, and Now I'm awaiting an exit on the trade. The moment you realize you're losing a trade, boom, you get out. You take your loss and you move on. So first trade lost about $670 into your short down here. I do see the DTC is still climbing. And if we look right here, Bitcoin is at this block. If it comes on this block, I know I would want to take profits at like 19,054, because once we get down here, we will run out of gas. So I'm going to automatically take profit 19,054, quantity, close short, and this will give me about $618 profit P&L. All right. And then I have the order in there. It's going to close at 19,054. Happy taking profits there. And while this is happening, let's go through. Let's look at the DTC chart together of Bitcoin. DTC is still climbing. Do you know what time exactly DTC stops moving, D-Block? I think at 5:30.
Yeah, 5:36. It cuts back on. On Sundays. Where is my target? All right, I got a target for this breakout sitting at like 112.
Right.
Basically 113 flat if we get this push.
Okay. But for the DTC, if it's so right now, DTC has more candles parabolic SAR downtrend now on the 30 seconds. On the 1 minute, it's still like, I mean, it's like completely oversold. Looks like it's coming down. I would hope that it would be coming down, right? That was a big push up for the DTC.
Yeah, but it all depends.
Right.
That's the thing about the Dixie.
And this is why we're
We don't
using
know.
5 times leverage, so we have less chance of getting knocked out. And I'm going to keep this short open because liquidation price is very high, $22,000. And if this plays out, because Bitcoin's still been in this downtrend, I think we're very close. Like, we could wedge up here, dead cat bounce, and then boom, liquidation block. And if we go under this liquidation block, then probably would be about break even, 19,055. And then my take profit down here was at 19,000. Let's see, 19,054. Trying to get that extra as the dollar. That would be my take profit. But if we come through this block, if we come through this block, what's to stop us from coming down again to that 18,914? So for a longer trade, I would change this, revoke it, 18,914. But I don't think we're in that long-term trade. But if I do, it'd be about $2,400 profit. So that first loss would not look that bad. Now, I'm going to keep the profit down here lower, and then I can adjust it as we're getting closer to that take profit. And while this is happening, we're watching DXY. DXY on 1 minute finally print that parabolic SAR downtrend, but leading up to the American markets, it would make sense for that DTC to do that last push before American Markets Federal Reserve opens that meeting today around 11, and then they try to tame the dollar. They could start that money printer. If you were in charge of the money printer, would you print when the dollar's worth a lot or worth a little? Well,
I don't think they can turn that back on. The best thing they could do, and we've been thinking this whole time, maybe they just raise it 0.5 to make it a reduction before elections. But I think a pause in the raises is probably the most bullish tool they have. If they just say we're gonna pause, we're not raising it at all this month, just to give global markets the chance to cool down, when really it's just, to pump markets for the election. And then after the election, boom, 100 basis points, back on track.
so I would
And we get the lower lows.
Oh yeah. So I would probably take profits on the short 18,914, or even lower. I could push it lower down here. I can adjust this take profit. If we come through this liquidation block, I'm definitely adjusting take profits. But remember, this will yield about $2,000 profit. We are in a downtrend. DTC just got more momentum. That DTC breaks 113. We will get this whole liquidation block down to $19,000 Bitcoin. Now, while this is happening, keep in mind, I just decided to do this demo trading because I told people it's going to be a boring waiting for a good entry for cryptocurrency before markets open. If we go over here, look at ETHW real quick. ETHW is still well positioned up here. I kept my ETHW long open. ETHW is in a good spot. Luna Classic received the golden cross while being overbought, so that was a very conflicting area right there. And it's not doing its own thing anymore. It's following Bitcoin, so this def cross makes perfect sense while it's following Bitcoin. And generally, we want to get a good entry on something like Luna Classic and Bitcoin, Doge, whenever they're in the oversold. Oh, this is interesting. Seeing a big dippity on the DXY right here. Let's see if this helping Bitcoin hold. Bubba. Let's check on the position right here. Position's down like 0.34%, but if that DXY pushes down D-block, this short's going to be invalidated.
Yeah, I think this might just be a retest of that wedge that we broke. We hit resistance, come back down. We'll test that angular. We'll see. If we get a bounce off of 112,198 is the angular from the wedge that we broke out of. That should be where we turn back around if we're going to. If we drop back into that wedge, then yeah.
Well, we just got overbought completely 15 minutes on DXY right when this happened. But if other currencies are becoming worth less and less, it's going to drop the prices of their currencies, and Bitcoin is going to drop as well. So, still watching. It's at like 120, 112.24.249. But basically, this is the Bitcoin short. Took the loss as soon as I could on the long earlier, but at the same time, like, these liquidation prices are very favorable. On 5 times, don't have to take profits very quick. But using 50,000, definitely want to do stop losses to minimize your losses. Like, if you're using 50,000, ideally you don't want to suffer a loss more than $10,000 if you're wrong. Some people don't even want to suffer a $10 if they're wrong. The thing that scares me about stop loss though, YouTube, when your stop loss triggers, it market sells. You're not going to get exactly at that price for your stop loss. It's going to market sell. Imagine it market sells and there's no liquidity and it sells your Bitcoin at like $5,000 one day. You're going to get liquidated on the way down. Still watching Bitcoin here. Bitcoin's still not in a great spot. This is why we shifted from longing to shorting. And I did the short because I did not want to wait 8 hours to enter a good long. After I was wrong, I was like, no, I'm not waiting 8 hours to enter this good long. I want to enter your short and we're going to clear out this liquidation block. And then I'll decide, do I take profits on the short and go long? Or do I keep the short open a little bit longer, under 18,800? So the entry was at 19,113. A little bit early near the bottom of this wick, but I do think that it's, since my short is already above the liquidation block, I'm not in a bad spot, so I think this short would print if we go through this liquidation block, which is what it looks like we're heading through for Bitcoin here. And then if I'm wrong, like, liquidation is $22,000. Not a big difference. You know, while I'm watching this E block, I'm getting scared about my real bags like Luna Classic, ETHW. I'm even thinking, I don't think ETHW will go back to $6, so I'm not going to close that bag, but Luna Classic, it could quite easily go back to the 30s.
Yeah, I feel like when this breaks, a dump is coming. This type of accumulation usually has a substantial dump tied to it. So I feel you. I'm probably going to be out of most of my bags.
I wanted to get in a good long before markets open, though. You know what? I'm probably I mean, if it goes back my entry for Luna Classic, worst case scenario, I lose that 160%. And then I'm just waiting, watching to get another entry before markets open. But if I take profits now, I can just put that money in and use it for auto deposit margin for Nets bag and do a little bit higher leverage. I'm not closing the $6 ETH though. Let's check on my current position for the Bitcoin short, YouTube. So Bitcoin shorts is up like $42 profit so far. If we come through this liquidation block, it's going to print. And that Ditsy keeps climbing. Now, let's take a look at this on the 15 minutes. We're not oversold on the 15. I think take profit closer down here would be a little bit better. If I look on the hourly, we definitely have room to go down. Like on the hourly, I would want to do double bottom 18,575. So I go back to my order. If I adjust my take profit, and then I do 18,576, just $1 higher to close my position, then I would make about $6,000 profit. So I adjust it. My take profit down there is at 18,576. And let's put this on the chart. Oh, there we go. We already started that liquidation block. So if we come down really far, it could take profits down here. It doesn't feel bad when you're riding a winning trade and you have to wait. But if you're waiting on the sidelines to entry, it feels bad. So currently the position is it's about a break even. But if we come down and break this liquidation block, it's a big gap. Let's see how big this gap is for the Nets block. 0.5%. I think we could get that on liquidations. Get that bearish momentum. So the first trade we lost a little bit. We lost about $700. Currently we're up about $110 in this trade. Could write it down a little bit longer. Let's check this liquidation block. My alerts triggered except for Doge. And that's a good thing about trading via alerts. If you click the alert, it pulls you to that chart. And basically add an alert for if Doge broke this 200 EMA. But Doge is still downtrending, guys. And then I'm going to add alert down here as well. Let me, I think we need one more number for Doge. There we go. So I go back to my alert. Bitcoin. Boom. Watch Bitcoin right here. Watch Bitcoin right here. I can see that we just hit like a chunk of this liquidation block. We finish this liquidation block, get that momentum, great for the short. And we start uptrending again, then it may be because the Ditsy is downtrending. But this has been a decent move so far. I know Bitcoin on the short time frames, like 5 minute, is now completely oversold. But we're also at the edge of liquidation block. Generally, I don't go long when we're this close to the liquidation block. I can't do it. Because I would get stop lossed out. I would rather wait for that liquidations to happen or wait on the sidelines and not even get an entry, like miss that entry rather than get stop lost. And Doge is going to follow Bitcoin, so we don't know exactly how far it will go down. We can watch it a little bit cheaper, try to watch some of those support levels. I don't know, Ditsy's been downtrending for quite a few minutes now, D-Block. Let's see how long.
Yeah.
About 12 minutes in, it hasn't moved a lot.
No, it's not at support yet. I need to see how it reacts to that resistance.
Right.
Turn to support, and then we can. It's headed there though. It's definitely gonna go down and tap it. We're not gonna be this close and not try to confirm it.
Bitcoin's parabolic SR on 1 minute right here. Just watching Bitcoin right here. Bitcoin may uptrend a little bit from this. Just a little bit though. Sometimes the coin will uptrend a little bit. But man, this 5 minutes oversold. Last time we got oversold in 5 minutes, we kind of whipped up a little bit too. But we're watching the DTC a little bit closer. And while we're waiting on this short, I'm going to go get another drink and I'll come right back. If you are trying to follow along on this platform with the demo trading, I'll drop the link in the chat for you real quick. In demo trading, you have no risk of losing your funds, which is why I like demo trading. So it's another way to pass time if you're waiting for your real trades. Like if you're already in a position and you've been in your position for like 5-6 days, you don't want to mess it up. So just switch over to demo trading. It's weird. As Bitcoin was oversold, Luna Classic oversold in that same time frame, 5 minutes. And then ETHW is down about a few dollars. Not a few dollars, a few cents. My God. If it is down by a few dollars on ETHW, we would be scared.
Panic.
Imagine if it dropped by like $3. The liquidations. So you see how Bitcoin's getting this little uptrend right here, D block?
Yeah.
At the same time, the DXY is getting oversold on the shorter time frame. And I think this is where dead cat bounces go. But on this
Basically.
5 minute DXY is overbought in the 5 minutes. It was overbought the exact same time Bitcoin was oversold. But there are some strange things happening in currency markets that when this thing gets oversold on 1 minute, it still uptrends. And that could push Bitcoin down. I'll be right back. Let me go check on this real quick. I'm back. It looks like the DTC did make another push up a little bit there. That's why Bitcoin's still downtrending YouTube. All right. How many people are in a trade? How many people are already in the demo trade currently? Are you talking about the stock, Scott? we're talking about the stock, then it's probably perhaps because BlackRock did a big investment in Coinbase, and that caused their stock to pump. Generally, after you get a big pump in a stock, it doesn't follow the markets exactly anymore. Still waiting for this Bitcoin short to print. It's getting closer and closer to liquidating the longs right here. You did not do demo? You guys are actually trading real in this? Okay. Sorry for that first loss then if you're trading a real copy of this. This is just for demo. Like, earlier I said I didn't want to force a trade, but I did force one just so we could get an entry on this short right before this block. Watching that's why. Like, if you guys are trying to copy this, not that I'm encouraging you to, but we would have to be sitting here for about 5-6 hours to get a good long. So that first long we did was invalidated. Took that loss very fast. Now this short, we could be holding it in the profits until we get closer to markets open even. It's going to be a long time. Let's take a look at ETHW. Like, we're already in this Bitcoin short on the demo account. Bitcoin's coming down these liquidations. Look how far it's coming down, pushing in here.
He's pumping.
Ditsy is climbing, and while this is happening, the Bitcoin short now it's up $299, $300. So it's almost like we recovered half of that first loss already. We can probably make 10 times that first loss if the price does go take profit at 18,576. And that's really not a big push down. And that'd be about $6,000 profit. Oh, you've been in this short since 19,100? So if you've been in here since 19,100, you've literally been in this short. You probably just didn't get in here now. Unless you got in on this candle. If you didn't get on this candle, you've been in this short for over 3 hours, Stefa? Have you been in this short for over 3 hours, Stefa? Or did you just enter up here at the very bottom of this candle? I think I spent the best day away from the charts. I think today is like the best day away from charts that somebody could take. What do you think, D-Block?
Yeah, I did. I didn't come and sit down until like an hour ago.
Like, I wanted to take a break from charts. Today was that day.
These weekends, man. These weekends have just been dead. Like, you can just go. You're not going to miss much, in other words. You want to trade, you could trade. But if you want to go live life and take your family out, you don't have to worry about missing anything crazy.
Why isn't Luna Classic really moving that much? There it goes. All right. Man, I wanted to be in this Luna Classic before Monday open, before the money printer, before Binance burn. My God, I feel like they could dump it all the way back to my entry. My last entry was not that favorable. It was like in the 3.0 range, and we're at 3.2. And I did not take profits at 3.7 or at 3.5. I did not take profits. Ditsy's still uptrending. Bitcoin just taking chunks out of these liquidations. If I would have went long there just because we were oversold in the 5 minutes, would have got wrecked. Just because we were at the very edge of that liquidation block. But the short is up in profit right now. Not huge profit, it's like 0.5%. There are some people that just scalp and try to get that 0.5% on high leverage. I've seen it happen. So I don't know about adding more to a short OB. I'm not the type of person that likes to add to shorts on the way down. Just like I'm not the type of person to add to my long on the way to price up. Not trying to get wrecked. I don't want my liquidation price to be outside of where I wanted to enter. So this is up like $345, 0.7%. Once we're done, like go through this liquidation block, it's gonna print. Keep in mind, this is on that demo account. If you want to trade on this demo account, I'll put the link in the chat. You can literally trade this on the METC website that I'm using. Put that link in the chat for you guys who want to try this out in a demo, so you can practice futures a little bit better. Ditsy just got a buy signal on the 1 minute, 112.30 up there. That should help push Bitcoin down into this liquidation block. I should have shorted this from the beginning since we've been in a downtrend, but the bull in me wanted to fight it. But after that bull got hit one time, he started thinking. Let me check on ETH while I'm waiting on this position play out. And this might take a while. Look at ETH right here, YouTube. Technically, ETH has been in this downtrend for a while. So since this last break, let's draw this downtrend line. We've been in the downtrend for a long time on ETH. And it looks like it's trying to break out earlier, but ETH, it needs to be at least $30 before it's profitable for miners. It's still not oversold on the 15. I've been finding nice support at $10 for ETH. So I'll write that on the screen. And then we have that resistance up here at 11. So nice round numbers for ETH. Could be a good scalp. So we have resistance at 11. It is in that overbought range coming down, so it has a higher chance of coming down towards support before going up towards resistance. While this is happening, Bitcoin is still teetering on this liquidation block. Like getting these small pushes up. You go on one of these push-ups on the first time 1 minute, you're gonna get wrecked. Just let it calm down. Let it cool down all the way for Bitcoin. And I'm just writing this short down for Bitcoin. We're already out of the choppiness block for Bitcoin. We broke it. We broke it as it broke support. Notice how the top of my chalky block was on resistance and bottoms on support, and then we broke that support. Boom. We knew at this moment in time at 19,136, near my entry 19,113, I entered a little bit late, that the price could come down for Bitcoin. And it's coming down. And this hourly, it's going to take a while for this hourly to get oversold. So I can add alert here. If the RSI drops below 25, then I can start watching that hourly a little bit closer. But watching Bitcoin here, these liquidations on these longs, as they get liquidated, theoretically the short should start printing more money. I'm looking for another good entry too, blue collar. I told people, like, look, people waiting for good entries. Like, I can't just give you guys those good entries. Like, we have to trade and wait what we see. But I can show you some like strong support level for Doge. So Doge has a good double bottom right here at 0.05849. 0.08549, good double bottom. And it's already in this oversold area.
Can you do a quick TA on Matic Plaza?
Definitely in the oversold range for Doge, but I think this double bottom hits 5.849. That's good. And then our longer term support down here, this was my entry on the spot, but we have a moderate support at 573. If you're looking for those Doge positions. Yeah, I'll do a super quick TA on Matic for you, Bellasaurus. Let's go up and pull up Matic chart real quick. Before I even do this TA on Matic, I just want to remind you that it had some fundamental catalysts that caused the price to increase drastically. If we look down here, we still haven't did that full retrace, but Matic had a big pump from 55 cents all the way up, and from the 30 cents range, it had a partnership with Disney that helped it pump up. So we're still coming down on Matic. If we look on the daily chart, RSI still looks like it's coming down, some room to come down. But for Matic, we found some like decent support at 71.78. So we'll put this on the 4 hour. I'll drop up here. But Matic, it's slowly been coming down, and it's following Bitcoin. So if we look at Matic on the daily, we'll do like some super on the daily, so it's a little bit more accurate. It has strong support at 58 cents. And we're currently way above that support line for Matic. Strong support at 58. Currently we're up about 36% from that support. But if Bitcoin does a big dip, Matic could still go in that price range. And while this is happening on daily, we see that Matic's been following Bitcoin since May as well. And the only time it stopped following Bitcoin right here is with that Disney partnership. But then it started following Bitcoin again. And then a big double bottom would be at about 32 cents would be a giant double bottom for Matic. So maybe if Bitcoin goes to about 15,000, Matic could be about 32 cents. So we could get a double bottom at 32 cents for Matic. Our short-term support's at 58. And then our resistance for Matic, like 200 EMA resistance, like $1.02. But we haven't been that level since August. So the short-term resistance at 91.2 cents. And that's going to be around our EMA as well. And that's what we're looking at with Matic up here. So if Bitcoin does a drop down to 15,000 or below, it's bet 32 cents Matic. Within the next week, if there is a dip, expect a drop down to at least 58 cents. If the money printer turns back on, if the Federal Reserve meeting goes well, probably short-term resistance at 91 cents. So decent spreads for Matic here. It could go 26% down. It could go up to 18% up in a short time frame. So those would be nasty liquidations on people using 4 times and 5 times leverage. And it could even do a drop down 58% during a Bitcoin crash down. Speaking about Bitcoin crash down, Bitcoin just had a little push up right here, about 200 volume, as it got closer to this liquidation block. Now, this is making the current position down negative $86. It's not even down 1% though, like 0.18%. And still holding this short because I think we get these bounces every time the DXY starts downtrending just a little bit. So look at the DXY up here. DXY gets parabolic SAR downturn. And immediately after that, Bitcoin gets a little bit of buys. So I will say this, Bitcoin does these $20 movements, not great for scalping. A $20 price move on Bitcoin is horrible for scalping, in my opinion. At the absolute bottom, I would want at least a $50 price move on pretty moderate leverage, like 10 times, 20 times. At least $50 price movement. But when we're getting like a $20 or $30 price move up, like this is like $25 right here. 31 at most. That's not a decent move up for Bitcoin on these candles. That's why trading on the weekends can be boring sometimes. Like if this was on a weekday, we could probably see like $100 price move. And they can get a lot more scalps in for something like Bitcoin. If this DTC is overbought up here and starts coming down from this level though, that could help Bitcoin get a little bit more room going up. But we're still very close to these liquidations. But look at Bitcoin on the 5 minutes. I see that RSI was completely oversold right here at 19,094. Could have been a great time to take profits, but wasn't really up in the profits that much, like $300. So holding this short a little bit longer. Liquidation price is very fair, 22,000. And I see on the 4 hour for Bitcoin, it's oversold, possibly coming back up with the MACD, but it's not all the way there yet. So hoping for a little bit more dippity before that happens. I need not forget that we are close to being in that oversold area for Bitcoin on the 4 hour though. So I don't want to be too greedy. I don't want to wait till like 17,000 to take profit. I think 18,576. That's like the absolute blow. Could take profits on a run like this. Hmm. We look at regular Ethereum. Let's look at ETH, regular Ethereum, not ETHW, but regular Ethereum. I want to remind people that Ethereum, we have support at 12.21 on the daily. 12 to 21 daily. Sell signal popped in around 14,000 some change. So it would go down about 15% by the time it hits that support. So if you're looking for a good buy for ETH and it oversold on a short time frame for a scalp, support's at 12.21. Whereas the nice decent double bottoms are in the $1,000, 1,012. So and generally you can catch double bottoms on liquidation drops. The only trick is you have to have your orders on spot there already. Because once we hit those double bottoms, price spikes very fast and it's hard to get those double bottoms. Sometimes we get down a little bit lower, like on liquidations back before when Elon sold Tesla shares. I mean, when Elon sold Tesla's Bitcoin and then it caused Celsius, the other companies get liquidated and Bitcoin drop. We saw Ethereum loans get liquidated down to like under $890. So, still watching. On the news, a lot of people are saying we're in a bear market, but if the Federal Reserve turns on that money printer tomorrow, we could see some major price moves. I think this may be the time. I think this may be that time that I stay up for like 2 days. I'm going to stay up all night tonight, stay up tomorrow, and then I'll sleep tomorrow after positions. I'll sleep like a angel if they have that money printer on. Like if I'm in a long with that money printer on, whoo, I'm happy. But if they don't, then I will sleep without positions probably. So either way, after 11 o'clock tomorrow, so really I don't have to stay up that long. After 11 o'clock tomorrow, I can decide, hey, do I want to stay up a little bit longer? Or do I want to take a nap? So I don't want to sleep now. I'm trying to find the bottom on crypto. If I get like a good bottom for a good long on crypto tonight, then I can hold those positions a little bit better into the morning. And if that money printer turns on, then my positions that I entered on dip will be great. If the money printer is not turned on and they're bad news, I just close my positions, sit on the sidelines, go take a nap tomorrow, and go to the park or something. The worst thing you can do is force a trade right before or right after something bad happens. I don't want to be the guy that forces a trade at the beginning where the news are saying it's going to be a bear market, and at the time where the Fed might turn on that money printer heading into the bear market. I really don't want to be that guy. Don't want to get wrecked. If they sent out checks to help people with inflation, that would be bad. Luna Classic just had a big sell, 4.9 billion. My God. My God, Luna Classic, no. Look at this 5-minute candle. My God. That pushed us from overbought to oversold quite fast. So how long did it take from going from overbought to oversold? About an hour 50 minutes for Luna Classic right there. I feel like Binance or somebody could dump a lot of Luna Classic before we get news on this. Let's just do the math here. From that overbought to here, somebody went long. The price dropped by about 7%. My God. Woo. Like, we have a huge chance of hitting my entry now. I was over 300% profit. Now I'm like 79% profit. So I just pulled a plug here, YouTube. Or wait. That was ginormous. Like, they love to liquidate people before this news and stuff comes out, before the burn. I mean, my long's still in the profit. My long is still in the profit. But if we touch this line right here, I'm not in the profits anymore. My God. This is why Luna Classic is hard to trade on futures. Woo! My God. Let's look at this on the short time frame. Like, that came out of nowhere. Like, that big sell came out of nowhere. That was devastating. And I've seen Luna Classic do worse. I've seen like 80 billion. I've seen 80 billion orders drop the price down by like 20%. For Luna Classic, I'm not really trying to scalp it. I'm trying to get like a good entry. I'm trying to get a good entry before all these burns and stuff 5 times. And basically every time I try it, I do like a tight stop loss. Last time I did it, I did not get near my stop loss, but now it's looks like it's coming back towards my entry. My entry is right here, 3033. So I think I'm gonna pull the plug right now. I'm almost debating pulling the plug, and so this percent drop there. If I look at this on the hourly, like, this looks horrible. Sell signal popped in on the hourly as well. Let's see if we still have the buy signal on the daily, or if it was just popping in. Oh, no buy signal on this daily chart. Look at my sell signal right here before that drop. My God. So from that drop, from the sell signal till now, that was over a 5% drop. If somebody did a long at my sell signal 20 times, it would have been liquidated. 5% price move. With that in mind, definitely pushing us down. We still didn't come under this 276. Still didn't come under this 29417 either. You just close your short on Luna right before that happened, Mike? Oh man, Mike closed his short right before that big drop. 2 minutes prior. Feels bad, Mike. Feels bad. You have my fullest sympathies. But yeah, Luna Classic. Big drop right here. From the sell signal till now, that's like a 5% drop. I'm wondering if it's going to start getting some buys up here. That would be interesting. I don't know if people will wake up crying card session, because they usually should not sleep on a big long. And while this is happening, the Bitcoin dip. Oh, Bitcoin's still not in this liquidation block all the way. And our current short on Bitcoin, it's up just a little bit, like $200. Not really a lot. So you guys saw this is our second trade. First trade we lost. Second trade we're up a little bit. And it's going to print. Now if this demo trade prints, so sorry for Luna Classic here. Look at this price difference right here. Look at these buys coming right back in for Luna Classic. Look at these buys coming right in for Luna Classic. Let's put this on the 5 seconds. So literally, like, this sell right here This happened in a 5-second span that dropped the price by like 3%. How do you react to something like that? You can't react to something like that, so maybe even your stop loss would have got liquidate. Seeing a little bit of buys right here, not many though. But Luna Classic's been downtrending, and that was a big dip down. It did push us into the oversold territory. I think even on the 15 minutes pushed us into that oversold territory. And look at that. Completely oversold the 15 minutes. So we may start getting some buys after that. Maybe getting a little bit of buys. Woo. Who's to say they won't dump it again, though? Wow. Let's see if Luna Classic even recovers up here to that 32721. That would be an interesting area if it went up there. Let's watch this. If it recovers that falling knife, that would be very interesting for Luna Classic. If it does another falling knife, that would be interesting too. I'll look at XRP in a minute. I'm watching this right now, Scott. That was a big falling knife that Luna Classic suffered right there. But if it can bounce up, great. If it can't bounce up, like, look how fast it went from that range. On the 5 minutes, it's kind of like trying to recover. Trying to recover. Ooh, my God. Brutal. Let's watch it on the shorter time frame. Like if it recovers from there and then starts running from the burn news, that'd be like brutal. Like imagine people trying to short it here. Imagine people trying to open up shorts here and we run back up 5%. This thing is dangerous for futures. That's why I prefer it on spot trading. I'll do it futures here and there on like supports and resistance. I don't like to short it though. I generally don't like to short Luna Classic because I know they're burning. Let's see how Bitcoin's doing. Still at the edge of this liquidation block. Just at the edge. It's not all the way there yet. And then like any of these altcoins. Any of these altcoins that are going to follow Bitcoin are going to suffer. Yeah, a lot of these altcoins did that falling knife at the same time, YouTube. A lot of them did it in anticipation that Bitcoin was going to start dipping because the DXY started taking off again. I hope you guys understand that. I hope you understand that a lot of these altcoins dip at the same time right there because they saw Bitcoin dipping. Ooh. Aye. Yeah. If the altcoins are already dipping that fast, yeah, I know what you're talking about. It did the same thing as Luna Classic, but see how the DXY is up here pushing? So Bitcoin's about to come down in this liquidation block. Bitcoin's going to come down this liquidation block hard. And while this is happening, we see Luna Classic here. Luna Classic may get a little bit of uptrend right here. May get a little bit of uptrend, but if Bitcoin comes down in this liquidation block, it would be devastating. Meanwhile, if we look at ETHW, ETHW right here, it looks like it's still coming down towards that support line as well. Looks like it's coming down towards that support line. It's been in this range for quite a while. Take another look at Luna Classic. Let's see what happens Bitcoin though if it's in this block, so that our shorts can actually get more profit than $300. I see the DXY is still pushing up D block. You have any more thoughts about that? Why it's pushing up? How big was the drop on XRP? XRP only dropped 1%, whereas Luna Classic dropped 5%. The people in Luna Classic got it worse there, YouTube. Like, look at this. This is literally a 5% drop. Luna Classic, 5%. XRP was only 1%. Bitcoin, we need Bitcoin to drop, so we're in a 5 times long. I'm at 5 times short. If Bitcoin can drop all the way down 0.5%, great. That'd be a 0.25%. But if it drops all the way down here, you get 5%. So, still waiting. Let's take a look at the DXY real quick. DXY is overbought, Bitcoin is oversold. Bitcoin's getting a little bit of a push right here. A little bit of a push. And while this is happening, we look at Luna Classic. Still not in that best spot for Luna Classic, in my opinion. Not in the best spot. Let's see. If Bitcoin get a little bit of push away from this liquidation, it's great. Bitcoin get a little bit of push. I mean, we're in a profits right here. We could go in and out of trades, possibly at this 0.5% gains, but we want to try to get a little bit more. We're waiting here. So we look at Bitcoin on the 5 minutes. We're oversold again. Not completely oversold, but then this triggered my sell signal on Bitcoin on 5 minutes. So I feel like Bitcoin could start coming down right here. Still feel like Bitcoin could start coming down right here. And this would be like right at this liquidation block. ETHW is just the proof of work ETH Alpha G. People mine it for block rewards. If I look at this website right here, we can see the Ethereum mining pool, and we see that hash rate has been increasing. So theoretically, the price of the ETHW should start uptrending as well when it stops following Bitcoin again. Currently, the block reward is still very low dollar value. Very low dollar value. All right, let's see if this Bitcoin short's going to finally print tonight, YouTube. And while this is happening, let's see if Luna Classic will dip if Bitcoin comes down in this liquidation block. I have a feeling it will. If XRP doesn't hold, I have a little faith that Luna Classic was hold from this situation. I still haven't seen like a big buy volume for Luna Classic here as well. So I want to remind people again, the current short, the entry for the short was $19,113. For the take profit, I want to take profit at 18,576 for Bitcoin. And that would be if it did a nasty run down. But surprisingly enough, at the same time, Luna Classic is uptrending a little bit. Luno Classic's trying to uptrend a little bit here. So we'll see how Luno Classic runs here as well. Just a little bit of uptrend, not too many buys yet. It would be devastating for Luno Classic if Bitcoin came down liquidate and it followed Bitcoin down here though. So the short's up a little bit here. Short's currently in a profit right here, like almost $500. Meanwhile, Luno Classic, even though it's getting a little bit of buys right here, I'm looking, and I believe that the currently futures price is a little bit lower than the market price. So maybe future sellers are afraid that Bitcoin's going to pull down Luno Classic, XRP, Doge, Ethereum. Yeah, Bitcoin's getting closer and closer to these liquidations. Would be very dirty. That would be very dirty. But if Luno Classic can uptrend with Bitcoin downtrending and the SPY starts downtrending, then I think Luno Classic positions would start recovering from some of their losses up here. We do have a Binance burn, so the Luno Classic positions on spot are not worried at all. People that are on futures and chance of stop loss liquidations, those are the ones that are worried. Let's see how Bitcoin's doing. Bitcoin's still like slowly sawing away. Like Bitcoin's slowly sawing away. The short's up $530 so far. If we look at ETHW. ETHW is still downtrending. We have support at $10 for ETHW. Luno Classic is in a very scary situation here. Not something I would be proud to enter a long at right here. Like, you don't want to enter a long on Luno Classic right before Bitcoin is going to go down. You would probably get wrecked. You would probably get wrecked. So be very careful. Yeah, I think Luno Classic will come down with Bitcoin. Yeah, if Luno Classic comes down with Bitcoin, like Bitcoin comes through this liquidation block, and this short prints, it'd be worth it. Definitely make up for the first loss. But let's just watch Luno Classic here. Luno Classic is bleeding. Luno Classic is bleeding down here. If we look at the hourly, we do have this double bottom, like at 30485 for Luno Classic. But on the short time frame, like Luno Classic, I would ignore this. Like, ignore this buy signal. Like, because Bitcoin's at the edge of liquidations. And Luno Classic's following Bitcoin. But if Bitcoin goes down 1%, this thing could drop 5%. So let's just see where 5% would land us right here. 5% drop. Like, we could come down below here. If we go down 5%, people on 20 times long thinking they're going to be market genius, we get wrecked right here. So be careful. You definitely don't want to get wrecked. So I closed every long for the scalp bags. Everything closed. I'm going to wait for like a good entry. But for this Bitcoin demo trading that I'm doing for you guys live, this is open, still up $561. Ideally, you could take profits at 18,576. DXY has been slowly uptrending. My God. Destroying the crypto markets. And while this is happening, Luna Classic is bleeding down drastically. Give me a minute, YouTube. Yeah, ETHW, I posted in Discord. I even closed my position at a loss for my short-term scalp. I took the loss. It wasn't a big loss, small bag. But I took that loss like a man. Closed everything at a, like, some things, like I was over 70% profit on Luna Classic, so being down like 14% on ETHW, not that bad, able to weather it. But eventually, the outcome of federal meeting, we're not 100% sure. If they turn on the money printer, great. If they don't turn on the money printer, we're going to get wrecked. So, definitely watching this stuff like a hawk. Definitely watching this like a hawk. Bitcoin's getting some buys here. Finally, a little bit of buys for Bitcoin. Well, this is happening. Luna Classic still at 31776. Just a little bit of buys for Bitcoin. Nothing too much. Ditsy's coming down a little bit on the 1 minute, that's why. But ultimately, Bitcoin, I think it's going to push till completely oversold, which would pull down Luna Classic. Luna Classic still doesn't look great on the 4 hour, 3 hour. Still looks completely overbought coming down. But we do have those Binance burns. A lot of people still want to try to get a 5 times on Luna Classic at a good entry. It's just something hard to do, hard to pull off. So, just had a big sell pressures for Luna Classic there. And then XRP is following Bitcoin in a way. ETHW is not. ETHW and XRP, they're following Bitcoin. I'm going to go to restroom. When I come back, I can do a little bit of T8 on Luna Classic. Luna Classic ran up a lot in the past 2 days, so maybe that's why it's not moving as much when Bitcoin's moving. Like, if I look at this on the short time frame, 10 seconds, Luna Classic, I still see, like, I'm still seeing, like, a small stream of people taking profits. Still seeing a small stream of people taking profits on Luna Classic right here. And while this is happening, Bitcoin is still, like, not all the way oversold. And Bitcoin is only doing these small pushes where we're getting close to the liquidation block. Did I turn off the Bitcoin liquidation levels? No. So Bitcoin's still looking like it's close to these liquidation levels. Meanwhile, Luna Classic still downtrending. No big buys currently. No big buys currently. But watch Bitcoin and this DTSY together. They're both still parabolic SAR downturn, but that DTSY, if that DTSY keeps running for higher highs, it's going to be bad for Bitcoin. And then watching Luna Classic here. Ooh, we have not had a lot of volume right here. My God. Biggest 10 seconds candle, 34 million. Not a lot of volume for Luna Classic. The moment I see future price goes higher, then I expect Luna Classic to do a small recovery. But in the short time frame, maybe seeing a little bit buys right here. Just a little bit. A little bit buys coming in right here for Luna Classic. Bitcoin's up trending a little bit as well. All right, seeing a little bit of buys up here for Luna Classic. Not many, just a little. Just a little bit of buys on the short time frame. At the same time, we look at the DTC. DTC is still downtrending quite a little bit here. Quite a little bit here. Now, here comes a little bit more volume for Luna Classic. While this is happening, Bitcoin is definitely a little bit of a gap away from that liquidation block. Just a little bit of gap, and the DXY is still coming down if we look right here. So DTC is coming down, Bitcoin's coming up just a little bit. This could help Luna Classic on a very short time frame. Emphasis on very short. If we look at this on the 30 seconds, still like with these candles, even though we're parabolic SA or uptrend right here from that oversold range, it still isn't looking great. Still not looking great. Because once that DTC starts uptrending again, we're gonna see the price of Bitcoin continue that downward pressure. And when Bitcoin gets this liquidation, altcoins like Luna Classic will probably suffer. Now, the thing that will help Luna Classic finally go back up when it's all the way oversold is the Binance tweet about their burn, or people tweeting about the burn showing the amount. So while this is happening, still seeing Bitcoin up here. Bitcoin's in a brutal spot. While this is happening, Bitcoin gets close to this liquidation. I think Luna Classic will suffer the most. Pretty sure Luna Classic will suffer the most up here. Could even retest that support at 3125. Watching here. Could be very brutal for Luna Classic up here. So Luna Classic sell signal popped in on the short time frame. While this is happening, I'm still watching Bitcoin get close to this liquidation block. If it comes down, then our demo trading shorts are going to start printing. Up about 1% on 5 times, so $525 profits up here. Here's what I'm going to do. Bitcoin's getting very close to this liquidation block, and DTC has still been uptrending, so I'm just going to watch it a little bit longer. I'll be right back in a moment. All right, when I was gone, the DTC printed a sell signal and Bitcoin started uptrending. So I'm starting to see this big indecisive candle on the 5 minutes. We are in this oversold range as well. So looking at this demo scalp and seeing the conditions of the DTC, I would almost consider taking profits as it's setting closer to 2 o'clock in the morning. So I would go over to the demo account. Current price 19,087. Just to close this, I really wanted to close it. And then I earned like 197. 19. I'm shorting it, right? 19,080. All right, there it goes. 19,080. I would close it, and the order fills. That'd be a little bit of profits. And I'm closing it because I think the price is going to go up. So I can see the order right here. I can also click best price, close short. I have to cancel my order though, because I think the price is going to start increasing. And I'll close the short. I didn't revoke my order. There it goes. I think the price is going to gap up before I could close it. Maybe it already closed. Let me refresh the page. There it goes. Boom. Only walked away with $93 because I was multitasking away. But basically that's how I did that trade. And if I really think it's going to uptrend, I can go Bitcoin price right here. I can even go up to 50 times leverage. Confirm. Current price. Quantity. Max buy. 18,789 would be my liquidation. I go long here. I go long here. Let's see what would happen. Even having trouble fill the order. So the order is incomplete still. I do think Bitcoin could start uptrending. There's been a lot of shorts piling in here. I really want to get this order though. All right, my order filled. And if we come up through this liquidation block, take profits at 19,294, that would be great. So 19,294, 19,294, 294. And if I close up here 50 times, I would make about $22,000. So let's see if Bitcoin will go up here all the way to 19,294. And let's draw the take profit bots up there. So if Bitcoin comes all the way to the top, by the way, if you're going to be serious about scalping, don't go away from your trades. Because I went away, from the moment I went away to the time I could take profits, my profits went from over $500 down to like $97. And if you want to trade on this platform for the demo account and practice using a little bit higher leverage, practice your stop losses and everything, I'll put the link in the chat for you guys. So we're watching this. No, Luna Classic dumped. It followed Bitcoin there. Luna Classic followed Bitcoin there. And now that Bitcoin's actually pumping, it may be a little bit harder for Luna Classic to climb. So we're watching Luna Classic on this short time frame. If it follows Bitcoin here, great. If it doesn't follow Bitcoin and starts doing its own thing on that downtrend because it's already up significantly, then that would be bad. Still watching Luna Classic possibly downtrend here. Sometimes Luna Classic has trouble uptrending when Bitcoin's uptrending, and generally that's after it's ran by itself. So Bitcoin's uptrending a little bit here. Let's see how the long's doing right now. The long's up $1,600, $2,000 profit so far. So we gained about $90 our last trade. Now, with our current price, if we want to defend this $2,000 profit, then we could set a stop loss right here, just in case it wicks down. But we're going to watch this a little bit closer with the DXY. As long as Bitcoin uptrends and DXY downtrends, then this long will be a little bit more profitable. So definitely watching this. Our starting balance was around 49,000, around 50,000. Currently, we're back at 50. Our equity is like under 49,000 up here. Currently watching this, watching Bitcoin. That's a big spike for Bitcoin before getting overbought. We got a little downward pressure after we were overbought in the 1 minute for Bitcoin. But if I look on the 5 minutes, we're still like room to come back up. And this would make the long print a little bit more money. So let's see how much profit this long is going to generate for us tonight. And then yeah, sometimes Luna can just drop because it's Luna, right? So if Bitcoin actually is uptrending here, if that DXY is downtrending, then great for Luna. That'd be great for Luna Classic. The DXY is bleeding, so this is actually helping Luna Classic up here. It's actually helping Luna Classic right here. Luna Classic's finally getting that gas. Bitcoin's still uptrending here as well. Bitcoin just received the golden cross. And while this is happening, our Bitcoin long is up over $1,800 profit so far. So, looking pretty good for Bitcoin up here. We entered our trade with a little bit more confidence. Watching Luna Classic up here as well. So Luna Classic was, if we can break above 32174, that would be great for Luna Classic. Ideally, we want to break above this moving average at 3239, just so we can have a little bit more bullish momentum. So if we break here, we'll gain a little bit more bullish momentum for Luna Classic. Yeah, the DXY is coming down, which is helping Bitcoin. Now Bitcoin has this golden cross on the short time frame. So watching the DXY here, watching Luna Classic, we want to make sure Luna Classic can actually break above the 200 EMA right here. Because if Luna Classic falters, then it could be very devastating for the coin, right? We need it to break above this 32374. I'm watching DXY on the other screen real quick to make sure it's still coming down. The moment that DXY starts covering back up, though, it can invalidate a lot of these positions, right? So, still watching Bitcoin. DXY is still coming down. We have plenty of shorts that could be liquidated up to 19,294. Our current long's up over $2,000 profit, so this has probably been our best trade so far. Probably our best trade so far right now. And then ETHW here. Still ETHW, still not uptrending that much with Bitcoin. Not all the way. Yeah, ETH is not uptrending all the way with Bitcoin up here. Let's watch Luna Classic. Luna Classic's still around this 3.2 range. Still around this 3.2. While this is happening, Bitcoin's up here. Bitcoin's getting a little bit more buys. Our current long's up over $3,000 profit. 2,800. And the DTC is still bleeding down, so still watching Bitcoin. If Bitcoin can come up into these liquidations, great. I mean, if it pulls a Luna again, the price, people won't lose as much money for one, Nelson. Like, going from this price down to zero is not as bad as going from $100 to zero. So if you want to do futures, like, I recommend METC over KuCoin. It's a little bit more robust and faster if you're in the US alpha. You can do spot trades. You can get new coins a little bit easier on METC. We saw KuCoin, it took a long time to list ETHW, and then there was not a lot of volume. So METC had it a little bit earlier, which was a critical moment for ETHW. So sometimes these platforms, it depends on which platforms have it early, which ones don't have it early. Now, still watching this Bitcoin. It's overbought on the 1 minute. On the 5 minutes, not overbought yet. Getting there. So I do fear that the DXY may uptrend a little bit here. And if the DXY does start uptrending, it will wipe away our profits. But if it doesn't uptrend, Bitcoin can get into this liquidation block. Currently, we're still over $2,000 profits, which is critical, 3,500. While Bitcoin is getting closer and closer to this liquidation now. That would not devastate crypto's trust. A lot of people already don't believe in Luna Classic, so it's like asking people to believe Ice Poseidon to be a decent guy. We don't trust him already, so why? That's like saying we would lose trust in a robber. They're already a robber. We're not going to trust them. They have nothing left to lose. Nothing left to lose. Woo. Funny jokes out there, though. Talking about they would lose trust. Nothing to lose. Meanwhile, Bitcoin's up here, still trying. DXY is still downtrending. So if Bitcoin gets in this liquidation block, great. And we just needed the Luna Classic to break that short-term 200 EMA. And Luna Classic longs could probably print. But Luna Classic's dangerous. Like, we saw the price drop 5% in a matter of 5 seconds. So Luna Classic could get liquidated very fast. Like, super fast. Luna Classic could get wrecked super fast. All right, let's look at Bitcoin on the 5 minutes here. Bitcoin's still like, all right, Bitcoin's crossing into this overbought range on the 5 minutes. It's crossing YouTube. And Luna Classic, now we got the 30-second parabolic SAR downturn. But for the 1 minute, 1 minute's overbought completely. And then for the 5 minutes for Luna Classic, Luna Classic's still trying to uptrend here. So on the 5, looks like it could come down just a little bit here. Let me delete this. We don't really need to see it as much. If Luna Classic even recovers up here, that would be a big feat for the coin. But if it gets another sell, and this happens in 5 seconds, people that go long would get wrecked. Meanwhile, ETHW is still around $10.35, not really moving as much. Look at all these other cryptos like Bitcoin. Bitcoin still uptrending, not overbought all the way. All right. I'm going to close the position. Boom, I'm out. Boom, secure profits. I'm out of Bitcoin. I'm out of everything. Out of everything right there. Boom. My God. So I closed the Bitcoin right here. And I took the profits right there. Because I saw that we were coming down. and I was happy with $2,000 profit. So we started with about 50,000, and those fees were very high because I did 50 times long. But basically, we profit about over $600 so far after fees and everything, even when going to high leverage. So we did 3 scalps. We lost our first scalp, won our second scalp barely as I got back to the computer. And then for our third scalp, we won it very bigly. So we ended up with profits of over $600 at the end here. Meanwhile, let's go back and look at some of these charts. Let's look at ETHW. ETHW. This one's interesting. But yeah, I did 3 of those scalps. It's a very easy platform that we use there. I'll put link one more time in the chat for you guys who want to try that. Practice your demo trading on your own until you get used to it. And while this is happening, Bitcoin, even though I took profits, I thought DXY might be uptrending. And it actually might be uptrending. Yeah, DXY may be uptrending again, which would wreck Bitcoin. So Bitcoin's still trying to push here, even though DXY is getting a little bit of uptrend. So I'm looking at this one. And I'm watching this Bitcoin. If it gets through here, I took profits early. And I'm just watching the DXY. I thought the DXY is uptrending. But I was wrong. DXY is not uptrending. So I did my 3 trades. I made profit. Now I'm just sitting on the sidelines. But if you guys like that demo trading, I can do that more frequently sometimes. There's a little bit of profits at the end, like $600. Not a lot. I'm very curious about trying to get a great position on ETHW. I know we have our support down here at $10. We're about halfway between our support and resistance though. So I might go long, enter like a small stop loss. What's happening, YouTube? That was just for the demo trades, MR. No, I saw the DXY uptrending. I thought it was gonna crush Bitcoin. I don't regret closing. It's just demo account, MR. Yeah, it's just demo. People asked me to do a demo for them earlier, just to walk through some scalps and my logic. But just watching on the sides, just trying to kill some time until markets open, really. I'm hoping that ETHW will uptrend. It's not really moving as much currently. Definitely not moving as much. If the DXY stays downtrending though till markets opens, that would be huge. Yeah, Luna Classic's still trying to uptrend. 5-minute parabolic SAR uptrend for Luna Classic here. But we're still getting like some sells. Luna Classic's scary. I don't like trading Luna Classic because sometimes when Bitcoin's pumping, Luna Classic doesn't like to pump. So I don't like to trade like that. So I was wrong with Bitcoin. We could get in this liquidation block. I could go back in Bitcoin right here. I can go back in 50 times. Boom. Liquidation 18,800. And I could try to ride it up until we get through this liquidation block on Bitcoin. So I re-entered again. My liquidation is 18,843. Enter price 19,149. And if Bitcoin comes up through this liquidation, I could probably take profits up here 19,294 or ride it up a little bit longer. So that's my logic with this Bitcoin play right here. And if the DXY starts uptrending though, it would totally destroy this position, like totally destroy. But if we make it to 19,294, 19,294, then my estimated profits would be about $16,000. So going to enter that. I already have my take profit set there. Take profits at $19,294. Meanwhile, Bitcoin's runs up here, then the futures play could liquidate up here, liquidate these shorts, and gain that profits. But Luna Classic's a tough one. Like, at any given time, like, because Binance holds over 2 trillion, they could dump 10 billion like it's nothing, and the price would dump. I would much rather trade ETHW over something like Luna Classic. Just my perspective. My God. Just my perspective, so. Like, if I was going to go long on Bitcoin here, could just go long on ETHW. They don't have it on the demo portion. That Ditsy is bleeding. My God, Ditsy is bleeding closer we get the markets open. This is actually great. Brilliant for crypto, guys. It's brilliant. Bitcoin comes up through these liquidations. This current long would actually print. Currently, it's up by over 1,800. Currently up by 1,800 right here, but it needs to come through these liquidations. Meanwhile, I'm watching ETHW. ETHW is well positioned to break into this resistance as well. With how far the Ditsy came up and then started downtrending, I think ETHW could be our big winner on the short time frame. I think ETHW could be a big winner on the short time frame. So, I don't need this block anymore. Let's watch ETHW a little bit though, guys. ETHW, if Bitcoin comes up through this liquidation block, great. Notice how it closed profits, took profits too early, YouTube. Got wrecked. Had to jump back in at a higher price. And still riding it up. Still riding it up. Current equity over $51,000 though. Just riding this up. There we go, gapping into this liquidation block. So as Bitcoin's cutting through this liquidation block, let me look a little bit more. Let's go ahead and revoke this order though. I don't want to take profits immediately there. My trading style, I want to let it run a little bit further. So if Bitcoin can get into this block. So instead of take profits, I already know this is a resistance. And this resistance up here, like, we're pushing through very fast on Bitcoin, so I don't want to take profits on the first resistance. You notice how quick I took profits last time? It is too quick. All right, but I think ETHW will outperform Bitcoin here. Oh, yeah. Woo! Look at Bitcoin go. My God. Bitcoin is liquidating these positions. Look at this. $4,000 profit so far on this play. So this is the big play right here. Yeah, the Ditsy is taking a dumpity. Ditsy is bleeding out. And even while this is happening, Luna Classic still is like down there a little bit. Like, look at Luna Classic. It's not really performing that well. Whereas ETHW and Ethereum, Bitcoin, everything's uptrending quite nicely here. Ethereum proof of work is doing really well. Look at ETH proof of work right here. Woo! That's an indicator, Scott. Yorio. Bitcoin gets rejected here, then it would be hard to push up. But if we don't get rejected, it could even break the downtrend right here. Bitcoin would actually break this downtrend while we get through these liquidations, interestingly enough. All right, Bitcoin's getting closer and closer to this edge of the liquidations, but let me keep an eye on the DTC. DTC's still bleeding out as well. Yeah, DTC's still downturning. All right, still up here. We have resistance up here, $19,295 for Bitcoin. We can break this, great. Break Bitcoin up here, great. Meanwhile, ETHW is still pushing. ETHW is going to probably outperform Bitcoin here. ETHW is outperforming. Wow, look at ETHW pushing up here, YouTube. Huge push. Huge push up here for ETHW. Looking great. And while this is happening, Bitcoin is still like getting to the edge of this liquidation block. Getting to the edge of liquidation block. Here we go. And while this is happening, our trade currently is up over 7,000. So this has been our best trade of the night by catching this momentum into liquidations. Hopefully streaming this helps you guys understand a little bit about some of these trades and some of my logic. This momentum was very fast. Very fast. Looking great though. Like, this liquidations are great. Getting up there. Getting up there. Still trying up here. Still pushing. Woo! Alright, there it goes. Let's see how this trade is doing so far, YouTube. So this one's up 10,000. So it beats our first $600 loss. Definitely beats our second $90 gain. It's up 21%. So we're almost done with these liquidations. While this is happening, ETHW is still climbing up here. ETHW is well over $10.50. We haven't been at this level in a while. So we look at the 5-minute chart. This triggered our golden cross. And we may start maybe breaking this downtrend for ETHW. That's a little awkward angle. It's like from last uptrend. Let's just do it from last uptrend on 5 because this has been a long time. Like starting to possibly break this downtrend. There we go. Still watching ETHW, watching Bitcoin. Bitcoin broke up here. It climbed. All right, so Bitcoin, I was thinking resistance up here after this resistance. If the DXY starts churning, then it would be a great time to take profits on the long. Because you don't want to see profits starting to wipe away. Generally, you don't want to see profits wiping away. But if you have a runner, let it run. So we're still pushing up here. We did touch that resistance at 19,295. Now we're going to start looking at a micro, 30 seconds. Are we going to get sell pressure? If we start getting sell pressure on this resistance, probably start pulling the plug. But look at ETHW right here. I told you guys ETHW would probably outperform Bitcoin, and it did. Let's take a look at ETHW right here. From that, it's trading sideways, so now that's over 2%, as high as 3%. So ETHW is still looking great. ETHW is still looking great. Whereas Bitcoin, we have to break this resistance. If we don't break this resistance here for Bitcoin, then it's probably going to start downtrending quite fast. Let's keep an eye on the volume. Make sure there's no sell volume rolling in here. And if that sell volume comes as we're at this resistance, I will not hesitate to pull the plug. Will not hesitate to pull the plug. So just watch it. Bitcoin's still up here. All right, Bitcoin's having trouble. Let's put it on the 10 seconds, see what this volume is looking like here. 44 Bitcoin. We're close here. Like, we're super close. We are very close. I mean, we're almost done with liquidations up here as well, though. So here's what I would do. 19,000 right here. I'm already seeing on the short time frame, sell pressure is building up. So I'm happy with my scalp. I'll take the profits. 19,256. 19,258. And my, let's see. I got to cancel my order. So watching Bitcoin here, it's already coming down. It got reject that resistance. The 5-minute RSI, we're already overbought completely. Part of me wants to take profit. Part of me wants to ride it back up. I mean, what's my entry exactly? My entry is 19,149. So very possible it could start downtrending. So I would just take profit. Boom, took profits. Done. So remember our starting balance like $49,000 and $999. Now we're up to $61,000 here. I closed that Bitcoin long. So far today, walking out with about $10,000 profit in that account. Whereas ETHW may be following Bitcoin up here as well. It's a tricky situation for ETHW. Because we still have this resistance at $11, and sometimes ETHW likes to really run to that $11. And basically it's a scalp. I wanted to secure that profit, right? That $10,000, I wanted to secure that profit. I didn't want to if it right here. It's very hard to push right here. If I could have held it, I could have probably pushed it, try to take a little bit more profits, but at the same time, it's already 2 o'clock in the morning, so I'm probably going to go to sleep soon. And I can just check another time for another scalp. And at this time, looking at ETHW, I think ETHW could keep running even if Bitcoin is not pushing as far here. I think ETHW could keep running. Still trying here. Bitcoin is still trying. I took profits early, but I secured profits. Ah, you cannot hear me on Discord. I see my mic lit up. Here, can you get anybody can hear me on Discord? Mic check 1, mic check 2.
Yeah, you're good.
You hear me. All right.
Yeah.
I don't hear you, Twisted Gloomy. I don't hear you on Discord.
You don't hear us?
Mic check 1. I hear other people on Discord. Twisted Gloomy said he could not hear me, but I also did not hear him. Let's see what happens after I took profit up here for Bitcoin. I should have had profit already taken right there, 1925. I gotta stick to the naked trading style one day, I tell you. Let's take a look here. I think the DXY could be uptrending, so here's what I'm gonna do. I could 50 times short. Just 50. Hit Bitcoin right here. 12,248. And start shorting it. And that's my entry right now. And if the DXY does start uptrending here, then this short would theoretically print. And I don't think it'd print a lot. I would probably try to take profits at 19,209. Not too much, 19,209. And that would be about pretty decent profits, not much. That's only if the DXY keeps uptrending, if it will make this print. But right now, Bitcoin is getting close to this area where it's up here. And our resistance 19,295. Currently, we are below that resistance, and we did get a little bit of sell pressure. Now, if you wanted to hedge your Bitcoin short, you could go long on ETHW. My volume should be very loud on YouTube. I think the volume's pretty...
Yeah, I can hear you now. I don't know what it was. Like, as soon as you said I can't hear you, Twisted Gloomy, I heard you.
Ah, yes. I do notice the DXY is uptrending a little bit. That's why I did enter this short on Bitcoin. Now, I want to remind people this is that demo account that I was working on earlier, just so people could trade along without risking losing real money. They could do the demo account. Obviously, I'm not going to be doing 50 times like this with no stop loss. This is just on demo so you can get used to the platform. In my Discord, we're going to have a trading competition on this platform. And it's going to be beautiful. So, I'm looking right here. I'm watching the charts. I'm already seeing DXY uptrend a little bit, so it's a little bit interesting for Bitcoin up here. Bitcoin's in this tight spot. It's trying to hold here for a while. Trying to hold, but I think it could come down. I've seen before Bitcoin's trying to hold like this at a resistance. It doesn't break the resistance, and the thing that will really push it down is if the DXY just starts uptrending again. I've seen it in the past. Seen it in the past do that, so see if it does it again right now. But on the hourly and 4-hour, Bitcoin's just curving up again for the first time in a while, and it would start breaking the downtrend if we did draw those downtrends. Just on the short term, this has been a big pump for Bitcoin. Pushed us all the way in a completely overbought and still has not cooled down significantly. Still has not cooled down significantly. Oh, Bitcoin's pushing up here. And while Bitcoin's pushing, DXY is barely. You know what? DXY is not really pushing as much. Bitcoin's coming through these liquidations now. Bitcoin's coming through these liquidations now. So this long would be in jeopardy. Down 5,000. Devastating. And the DXY is still not uptrending. So I was wrong. Reverse, boom. Oh, sometimes reverse doesn't work in volatility. So that was closed at a loss. Now we're only at 52,000. So that was a bad gamble right there. Minimize our losses once we realize we were wrong. Don't want to chase it in a long up here right at resistance, because then we won't maximize profits there. And while this is looking at ETHW, ETHW is still like trying to uptrend here. If ETHW holds above $10 support, that's great. Everything else looks pretty good. Doge is still under 6 cents though. ETHW is coming down just a little bit. If I measure ETHW, let's do some measurements. From that golden cross to the top, ETHW went up 3%. Whereas from the golden cross to the top, Doge was up like 1%. Golden cross for Bitcoin to the top was up 1.09%, and then Ethereum was 1.12. So ETHW definitely should cool down a little bit here. ETHW should cool down just a little bit here. Now, looking at ETHW, going down quite fast. And I'm watching ETHW right here. It's an interesting spot. I will be hopping off pretty soon though, so that I can catch markets opening tomorrow. I don't want to stay up all night. I already have my TradingView alerts. I'm going to turn them off on this account so that I don't wake you guys up, or so this doesn't pop up on the stream. But make sure you have a TradingView alerts on your screens if you think market's going to go one way. Yeah, Luna Classic almost recovered from that dump. Almost, keyword almost. Still not quite all the way up there. So that's in an interesting area as well. Watching EFW up here. Bitcoin could still be coming down. Yeah. Luna Classic's an interesting spot. Sell signal popped in for EFW right here. All right. But I think we're coming down and I don't want to use high leverage. I can just go to the price, click the price, change the leverage, change it to something easier to manage than 50. Let's say 20 times, right? Short it, boom. Oh, I already have my orders possibly. Let's refresh. I'll do the price 20 times short. I think it's really going to come down. It says insufficient. Let's check again. Maybe I have an order somewhere. Let me double check. So no orders. Let's do it right here. Let's do 50. So my order's in there. While the order is filling, there it goes, the order filled. So I would just short it using 20 times because I really think Bitcoin's going to come down. But if I can't manage 50 times on a wick up, then I could short it here and then take profits on the way back down. I'll be right back in one moment, YouTube. Yeah. Actually, I'm going to go to sleep. I'm not going to leave this stream running while I'm sleeping. Tomorrow's a big day. And tomorrow we can stream a little bit earlier. So everybody that's going to have a good night, have a good night. If you value your sleep, set your TradingView alerts. And then when things happen tomorrow, you can already have your alerts set. Sell signal popped in for Bitcoin right here as well. So the current 20 times short is actually printing. I'll load this for a few minutes. After I go to the bathroom, come back, talk a few more minutes. I'm going to get ready to sleep. So give me a few minutes, guys. I'm back. So just seeing this sell pressure for Bitcoin build up here. And while the sell pressure of Bitcoin is building up, I noticed the first thing that the SPY started a little bit of recovery up here. So looking at the SPY, a little bit of this recovery started happening. And while that SPY started that recovery, Bitcoin was overbought in the bigger time frames like 5 and 15 minutes. So it started downtrending. That's SPY uptrend. And the Bitcoin short that I started is already up over $800. So still up over $2,000 on the demo account. Meanwhile, ETHW is bleeding down as well. So interesting area for ETHW, Bitcoin. Bitcoin's downtrending a little bit with the DTC. Doge's already under 10 cents, SevK. Doge's already under 10 cents. Bitcoin is bleeding out nicely here while this is happening. ETHW is coming down. Luna Classic isn't dropping as hard, but it's definitely stopped that push on Luna Classic, which means Luna Classic's coming down. So Bitcoin is bleeding. This short's actually printing dollar bills now, already up over $1,900, and it's very possible that for Bitcoin that it doesn't just retrace to before. It's very possible that it comes all the way back down to under this $19,000 price range. 5 minutes we're overbought, so I'm gonna get oversold again. It's gonna be brutal. But the DTC is already uptrending. Look at this. DTC buy signal now. So as this DTC gets the buy signal, I think it's gonna be even more brutal for Bitcoin. Bitcoin is gonna dip a little bit harder, and this short's gonna print a little bit faster. Just my prediction. I could be wrong, but if I'm right, then this will be pretty decent profits. Pretty decent profits. There's some gas right here to liquidate some of these longs that use high leverage as well. I was doing some trading, demo trading basically, help people map out some of the software. This is bleeding out very, very nice. I'm bleeding out very nice. Very nice. Hopefully this makes ETHW cool down. Definitely makes ETHW cool down. It hasn't made any big moves. That's the thing. If you look on the hourly, we can see that we're stuck between the short-term resistance at $11 and support at $10 for ETHW. Definitely where we're at. Hey, D-Block, are you here? Just got some news about the British pound, how it's reversing a little bit. Just read that news article I put in news. It's British pound jumps on report UK government will U-turn on cut to top tax rates. Wow. So let's look at the BXY real quick. Oh, this is interesting. Lunar Classic's getting a little bit of uppity. Nothing on the charts yet here. Lunar Classic's still trying though. That's a big drop for Lunar Classic. Sometimes we do a range like this. We can do a range like this after a drop. And then once we get closer to the end of this range, it could just come down a little bit harder. So be careful if you're in Lunar Classic. This Bitcoin short, it's not up too much, 1,200. Bitcoin's already in that oversold range down here. So if this buy doesn't continue pumping, then I'll wait for this Bitcoin at least on the 5 minutes to cool down. At least on the 5. Sometimes on the 5 minutes for Bitcoin, it doesn't cool down all the way. It cools down like a little bit halfway, then bounces back up. So watching this very closely here for Bitcoin. Because we're very close to this liquidation block right here where we could liquidate these longs on high leverage. Still coming down on Bitcoin. Still on the short here. Would love to see at least 5,000 profit before closing this one. We could start bleeding down. Let's start bleeding down. The SPY is not really pumping as much either. SPY is not really pumping as much either. We're both Bitcoin and SPY really not moving that much right here. Really not moving that much. I think for the short-term scalp for Bitcoin, we're going to see a def cross come relatively soon. Let's see a def cross come relatively soon. The SPY is cooling down. We did have news from the UK that would also potentially slow down the SPY, so I'm debating about closing position or leaving it open. Now, if I look at Bitcoin on the 30 seconds and compare to what we saw earlier, we had a lot of volume here. Took a nice move up, but now we're starting to pick a little bit more volume. I'm very happy with the profits right here, but if we wick down and liquidate these longs, then I would be in bigger profits for the Bitcoin position. So ideally, I would want to wait until we wick down and liquidate these longs. Now, it might take a little bit of time. I'm on the demo account, so I'll ride this last one. This will probably be the last time I take profits on a trade, well, on the demo account. And then while this is happening, I'm checking some other positions as well. But if we come down, great. And take profits. I know we're already oversold on the 1 minute, but on the 5 minutes we have room to cool down. Like if we look at 5, definitely room to cool down. I just feel like the SPY is getting some sell pressure up here. And I want to remind you that if Luna Classic breaks out of this shape, it will probably come down. So it does have that burn information. We do have burns coming for Luna Classic, but we have to be very careful with doing high leverage on Luna Classic. Let's keep an eye on Bitcoin. See if this short's going to print dollar bills or what. Would be a lot of liquidations all the way down here. A lot of liquidations. Do have resistance at 19,650 for Bitcoin if we go up though. All right, SPY is starting to get a little bit more uptrend. So the short is actually looking really well. Let's go over here a little bit. I think the short's going to print. I'm just using liquidation indicator, Mr. Brad Beats. So if you go to indicators and you type liquidation, it's going to be liquidation levels by mlapplications.com. And you can watch liquidations that way. I think the longer Bitcoin trades sideways here, rather than dipping, longer it takes for our def cross to appear. There is still more bullish momentum picking up right here for Bitcoin going long, but if that SPY uptrends here, Bitcoin's going to do a big wick down. I'm not saying 1%, but maybe like at least 1/4% or 1/3% down for Bitcoin. Just watching Bitcoin. It's interesting. Bitcoin has parabolic SAR uptrend. At the same time, the SPY has parabolic SAR uptrend. So I'm going to go ahead and go here. What profits I have. Best price close. Boom. I'm out of the trade. So we're up to over 52,656. I closed that Bitcoin position. I'm not going to go long. That's like the last close of the scalp for the day. So net profits like 52,600 and something. Not great, but it's not bad. And just want to get out of the trade. Just wanted to get out of the trade. I have to go to sleep pretty soon. And tomorrow I'll try to stream a little bit early. So see you guys tomorrow. Try to be on earlier if you can. Like if I'm not here, definitely try to be on early. Because you want to watch the SPY. You want to watch the 10-year bond notes. You want to watch the dollar index. You want to watch the NASDAQ. Some of these things could go great if the money printer comes on tomorrow from Jerome Powell. But if there's no money printer, then we're probably going to see some dips in the markets. So definitely keep an eye on that. If you enjoyed this scalping tonight, I'll try to do more sessions like this in the future for you guys to follow along. Go ahead and create that Metsy account. I'll put a link so you can follow along next time on those future trades on the demo account. That demo account is for you to intentionally follow me on demo, not on the real live trading. I don't want to be responsible if you get wrecked on real live trading while I'm just trying to show off the features on the demo accounts. Keep in mind, I'm just a YouTuber. I'm not a financial advisor. This is just for entertainment purposes. And then sometimes I do some educational stuff like show you how to use the user interface of a program or show you how to use an indicator or chart pattern. Other than that, everything is entertainment. Nothing is financial advice. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm going to hop off the YouTube. I'll close the stream. If you guys in Discord, talking in Discord, but other than that, we'll restart the stream tomorrow. I'll put the Discord link in the chat. You guys can apply, join, one-time fee, $50 to join the other guys on Discord when I'm not here or stuff. Nice. All right, Bitcoin is bleeding. Bitcoin's bleeding. It's not. And while this is happening, ETHW is like still around that $10.49, 48 cents. And then Luna Classic looks like it's breaking out of this pattern. Luna Classic follows Bitcoin here, comes out of this pattern. It will get wrecked. All right, guys. Good night.